Hi, I'm Don, and welcome to the Music Breakdown. I'm here with teetermancan, and we are doing a Beatles songs tier list. Now, this tier list is only in the realm of the Beatles songs. It's not all songs of all times. There's a lot of really fucking great Beatles songs, but not every Beatles song is as good as every other Beatles song. I'm only comparing them against each other, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that if I like the song, I'm going to put it in D tier, but I might like the song a ton and not put it in S. Okay, so don't be too upset about that. If it's in the A and the S tier, you probably don't have any disagreements with me or Travis.
And I will be comparing them in the same way.
So the way this is going to work is that we are going to each decide where we would rank the song, assuming that we've both heard the song. Now, I've probably heard almost every song that's going to be on here. I saw a few from past masters, so maybe I haven't heard everything, but I've heard more than he has, and in the case that he hasn't heard the song, it'll just be my ranking.
I've heard most Beatles songs.
Yeah, at some point.
But I haven't at some point, but I haven't heard all of them. So there's going to be quite a bit where it's just going to be what you think, basically, as opposed to what we both think.
We'll both decide what tier it goes into, and if we disagree, we're basically going to find the middle of it. If the tiers are like back to back and there is no tier in the middle of what we decided, then we'll ask chat, and I'll kind of gauge what chat thinks, and we'll ask chat between those two tiers, like where does it go. Okay, so that's basically how we're going to do this, and I guess they're all listed alphabetically here, so we're just going to do them alphabetically.
Yeah,
so they kind of threw us
this is like, wow, a day in the life to begin with.
I mean, that obviously, for me, this is going in S tier.
I totally agree. This
has to be.
This is easily top 3 Beatles song, if not the best.
It's the best in my opinion. I think we're starting with the best Beatles song of all time, because I think that this is the most adventurous Beatles song ever, for sure. There's no doubt about it. And it's like everything that I think was great about what they were doing at this time with the amount of studio experimentation and composition just put into one of their most ambitious packages, like especially as a closing track. Like, this thing really feels like it does so much.
It's so climactic.
It really is.
It's so climactic,
and there's so much feeling to it too. It's more powerful than most Beatles songs are on a visceral, emotional level.
Kind of overwhelming.
Yeah, and it feels like they produced it to enhance that feeling when you have the transitional elements here and stuff. But
like the blaring string instruments and all of that.
Mm-hmm. And also what I love about that is that, like, the more you listen to this track, the more like little things you can kind of hear in it. There's a lot of extra details, especially in those sections. Like, I love how you have somebody counting out time during those sections, and their voice just gets drowned out progressively as the instrumental grows larger and larger.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's to me, this is the best that they ever got. I definitely think that's an S tier, and that's not even a question about it. Next, we have A Hard Day's Night. Okay, we're gonna do my tier and then your tier next. Or what I say and then what you say next.
Okay.
So, Hard Day's Night, I'm gonna put, of all Beatles songs ever, I would put A Hard Day's Night in the... Oh, I'm deciding between two. I'm gonna go with the A tier. I'm not putting it in. I'm going with A tier for Hard Day's Night.
Okay, that's interesting. I was gonna say B tier.
Okay.
And like whenever I'm thinking of like the entire Beatles discography, it's really good. It's a really solid track. But I think whenever compared to a lot of other Beatles songs, I don't think that it goes to quite A tier for me. As far as like Beatles songs are concerned.
You might be convincing me, but then I think about in the time of that this song came out in their discography, when I think about all of their early tracks, this is like top 3
for their early stuff. But
I mean early, everything like before Rubber Soul, like that's a lot of material that I'm thinking about. And even then, like, and it's not like early Beatles is like so much worse than later Beatles that like even a top 3 track there doesn't belong anywhere near. I don't know. You know what? I'm sticking with A for this one. So if we're doing A and B, we're gonna have to ask chat. Do we go with A or B for this one?
What does chat think?
A or B?
B. B.
Everyone's going. Everyone's going.
It looks
with
like
B.
people's going.
Everyone's
B.
going with B.
Yeah.
I think, you know what, that's fine with me because I was debating it anyway. I would just like to say though that I think this is one of their best pop songs, and
for sure, no, I totally agree with you on that.
And I would think that if it's one of their most iconic tracks, and it's like a track that sums up the Beatles really, really well for a lot of people. Like for a lot of people, this is one of the songs they think of when they think of the Beatles.
For sure.
And there's a good reason for that. This is an incredibly well-structured track, and I think with that early Mercy beat kind of sound, this might be the best that it ever got in those first 3 albums. So I can deal with B. I still think I'm gonna go with A for myself, but we'll go with B because it seems like overwhelmingly people are saying that. But yeah, everyone should agree this is a great.
This song's like so incredibly iconic.
It is iconic.
Yeah, like it's incredibly like you were saying, like whenever people think of the Beatles, this is like one of the first songs that comes to their head.
Yeah, and it's fucking catchy. It's still catchy to this day. But okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Again, this is the overall whole Beatles discography. That's fine. So next up we have A Taste of Honey from Please Please Me. I
haven't heard this one.
Okay. I don't care for this at all. I think this is one of their weakest covers ever. I really don't like this track. I feel like if I had to think of a tier here, I feel like E is where I'm going to put this. I always felt like this song sucks. And I think one of the things about the covers on Please Please Me, more so than the covers on any of the other early albums, is that they covered a lot of, I don't know if it's a doo-wop track, but like they're not really rock tracks. They're like R&B tracks or rhythm and blues tracks from the time that aren't really rock tracks, and they don't really play to the Beatles' strengths. They're singing from other songwriters who don't really suit their sound. Like, yeah, they can harmonize really well and they can sing these songs fine and perform them fine, but in the case of a song like this, I don't know why you would want to listen to the Beatles version over an original version or any other recording of this song. I just don't know why you would want to. They don't really bring anything to it. I think that E is going to have to be that one for me. Then we have Across the Universe. So for Across the Universe, this one is really difficult for me because this song is incredible, but this recording is horrendous. And I feel like I've never heard a recording of this song from the Beatles, or even a mix of this song, that didn't sound fucking terrible, which really sucks because this song is so good. Like, songwriting wise, this is one of the best songs John ever wrote. But like, and so with that in mind, I'm gonna have to say B, because again, taking all things into account with this recording of this song, that's where I think I have to go. I love the song itself, but I don't know if it's Phil Spector who fucked it up. I don't know if it was just the recording engineer originally who fucked it up, or some combination of both. But that's where I'm gonna have to call that one.
Is that like a problem across Let It Be, you think? Did they have like production issues?
Yeah, well, they said like they didn't finish the album completely, so it got sent to Phil Spector, the Wall of Sound guy who produced a lot of 60s pop, and he added a lot of Wall of Sound production to a lot of songs. A lot of people, it's a very contentious thing that he did. It makes the album be a bit of a black sheep. To me, it works on some songs and not on others. I think The Long and Winding Road in particular really needed that stuff. I think it added a lot to that song. I think this is an example of a track where I appreciate what he tried to do with the Wall of Sound here, but it sounds so fucking bad in this recording to me. That, more so than any other track on this album, I think this one got ruined the hardest for me personally. So,
okay.
You don't know this song?
Not really.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go with B.
I've heard it like once or twice, maybe.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a popular song, but I think people aren't gonna like this call. But I hope you understand my reasoning here. So, because it sounds like shit. Next, we have Act Naturally. Do you know this one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, this goes in F. This is like the worst song they ever did. Well, no, it isn't. Well, it's the worst song on any album. It's the worst song on any album.
Okay.
The song is like, this is another cover song, and it's a Ringo cover song, and the song itself is already kind of stupid. It's like a novelty track where it's like funny and it has a funny joke ending. It's horrendous. This song threatens to ruin the entire album it's on. It's so bad. I definitely... Is it the worst track on any album they recorded? Yeah, it is. I'm thinking about that, but yeah, it totally is. So that gets an F. That's easy. Next we have All I've Gotta Do. You'll need to tell me if you know the song before we start.
No, I don't.
Okay. With All I've Gotta Do, I'm going to put All I Gotta Do in the C tier. This is a perfectly serviceable, enjoyable Mercy Beat track from the Beatles. That's all I can really say about it. I don't think it's weak at all. I think it's a good song. I don't think it really stands out in any way. Next up, we have All My Loving. I assume you might not know it by the title, but you probably have heard the song before. But if you don't know it...
I don't know it by the title.
Yeah, so I don't think you can really... Yeah, because we can't play the music.
Sit here and
sing it. Yeah. I don't. This is one of the best songs on the first two albums, I think. I'm gonna put it in the B tier. I think that especially if we're this is the thing with putting Hard Day's Night in the B tier for me, is that that's gonna make it so difficult for me to rank the rest of these early tracks, because if that is the standard I'm setting for B tier for these songs, a lot of these are going to have to land in C, because I can't put a lot of these songs with Hard Day's Night. I think it's one of the best tracks from that era. I mean, we already decided it's in B, but we'll see how it goes. But anyway, for this track, I probably would have put it in B anyway.
So you're thinking of a lot of these from the era?
Sort of, yeah, but also overall. I mean, like, I can understand putting Hard Day's Night in B if we're saying, like, we're putting it up against their later work, but even then I might put it in A.
Because that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm putting it up against a lot of their, like, later work.
That's fine.
And stuff. Like, I'm just, like, kind of encompassing everything and being like, well, what do I...
Yeah.
Think of this pit against a lot of other Beatles stuff.
That's totally fair. I'm doing that too, and I still think I would have gone with A for that one. But anyway, yeah, All My Loving I think is a really good track. I think this is definitely one of... No, this might just be the most memorable track on With the Beatles, and it's a pretty lasting track. A lot of people still listen to it, so I don't know. I think that one's good. Then we have All Together Now from the Yellow Submarine movie.
I know this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So... For me, I would put this in the D tier. I don't particularly care for this song. I think when it comes to them trying to do a children's song, I think Yellow Submarine is a much, much better and more entertaining example of that than this song. And for the movie it's in, it works fine. But would I ever want to listen to this? No, I think this song's kind of dumb, and I don't think much of it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I would place that in D tier.
And all my thoughts you probably just echo. So
yeah.
So then okay. Well, I like that. We have a nice even spread right now with the bottom tiers, which is good. Now we have All You Need Is Love. All You Need Is Love. I think this song is fucking great. I think this is a great mission statement for the Beatles. It feels like a mission statement, especially for the Sgt. Pepper's Magical Mystery Tour era of the Beatles. And it works great as a single. It's a different sounding track. They went with a completely different style of composition here that just doesn't feel like many other Beatles songs. And the melody at the core and hook is so strong and so memorable. I think that this is really, really a fantastic track, and I would go with A.
For this track, I think it's a super iconic Beatles song. And I think that it's also really great. And but the thing is, I don't know if it really speaks to me that much. Like, I don't know if I really personally like it like a ton. But I do think that it's very important and a pretty solid track. Mm-hmm. So I would probably put this like low B.
Okay. Then we're back to chat. What do you say, chat? We have an A already. I think we're going with A for All You Need Is Love.
Yeah, it looks like A.
I feel that. That's where I would put it, personally. All right. Now we have And I Love Her.
I fucking love this song.
Yeah, I think the song is lovely. In that Hard Day's Night soundtrack, this is another standout alongside Hard Day's Night to me. And as far as their balladry, get out of here. I don't care how many ads you block. Do you think I care? Oh, no, I opened it.
No.
Anyway, when it comes to early Beatles balladry in particular, this is a very, very, very pretty, nice song. I would put this in B. In the overall Beatles discography, I would put it in B.
I agree with you. As far as like between this and A Hard Day's Night, it's pretty close as to how much I enjoy it. I think I might put it like slightly below A Hard Day's Night. But yeah, no, this song is lovely.
So we're going with B.
Yeah, I think we're putting it in B.
Putting it in B.
Are we ranking each tiers or no? Will we do that after?
I think we should do it after. It'd be a fun way.
Okay, yeah.
This is going to take a long time as it is, and we'll see what happens. Okay. Next up, we have And Your Bird Can Sing. So, honestly, this is one of my favorite tracks on Revolver. And that's making this a really tough call about how high I want to put this song. But this song is really, really, really perfect. Like, and it feels like one of the more straightforward tracks on Revolver, which is kind of why it stands out so much on the album, because any track on there which is this straightforward tends to stand out. But the guitar work is incredibly intricate, and the melodies and harmonies here are just amazing. I mean, God, I go with S. I would. This would have to be one I might come back to and re-rank, but for now, I guess I'm gonna say A, because if I really have to think about it, would this be like in my top 15 or something? No, but God, it's really close to that. I really like this song. I'm gonna say A. I'm gonna retract and say A. Yeah, I'll go with A.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that. I was gonna put it in A myself. But yeah, no, like this is such a standout track in Revolver, and I think that it's like definitely one of my favorites on the album.
Yeah, see, it's gonna be hard for me even to do it this way, because so many of these songs I feel like I'm not giving them enough, doing them enough justice.
Well, no. Okay, but the thing is, you need to realize we're working with one of the greatest bands of all time here. So
true, and also fucking Hard Day's Night is in B tier, and with that standard set for myself, I think it's a little bit easier to accept this in A tier.
For sure. So
maybe it's a good thing that's in B tier. That'll help me really keep that S nice and solid. But yeah, I really love this. I really love this song. So and I think we both do. So then we have Anna, Go to Him. Do you know this song?
I don't.
So I recently heard the original of this or I don't know if it was the original, but it was an earlier recording of this for the first time. I actually never had. It was about equally as good as the Beatles one. The Beatles one is good. I like this cover. I think it's one of the more entertaining songs on Please Please Me. I'm going to put it in the C tier, which just goes to show that C tier is still lightly positive for me, generally. I'm going to say C tier is still lightly positive, or at least middling. But by the standards of the Beatles, if you have a middling track, I think that might belong in D, honestly. So,
yeah, for sure.
So, like, yeah, I think this...
I think that me and you have like a pretty equal gauge on how we're viewing this tier list.
Yeah, I'm glad that we do. It's it's rough because God, would I generally think that Anna is a tier below A Hard Day's Night? No. But you know what? I like this track. I think when it comes to the first album, this is one of the highlights for me, which isn't necessarily saying much. I'm not too crazy about Please Please Me, but I do like this track. I think it's fine. I think it's a fine cover, but nothing special. Next up, we have Another Girl. Do you know this song?
No.
Okay, so I think when it comes to anything before Rubber Soul, it's going to be only a couple of tracks.
It's going to be basically the singles.
Yeah, the singles.
Like the big ones.
And you've seen the Hard Day's Night film, so the songs from that album that were in that film, if you remember them anyway, should at least...
You might have to remind me.
I'll try, but Another Girl is pretty boring. I recently heard this on the Beatles radio station, which they have on the fucking satellite radio. Anyway, I often forget this track quite a bit. You know what? I'm going to make absolutely certain this is the song I'm thinking about, because there's a lot of similarly titled songs from this early era, and I could be thinking about the wrong song here. Is this the second track?
A and B in the title.
Yeah. Is this the second track from Help? If this is the second track from Help, I actually do like it quite a bit. I might be thinking of something else. No, this is not the second track. Okay, yeah, this is what I thought it was. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm going to put this in... I'm going to go with... I'm going to go D. Honestly. I don't dislike the song. but yeah, but I think that it's pretty weak. I don't think that this, especially around this time of like the Help album, I think this song is pretty mediocre. So I'm gonna go with D, I think, for that. Next up, we have Anytime at All, which I'm gonna assume you don't know.
Nope.
This song is fine. I think Hard Day's Night is a very solid record. I don't really think there's any bad tracks on it. I'll go with C. I like the track, but like, you know, not a standout, not a song that is really that memorable. One of the weaker tracks in that album, probably, but I'll go with C. I think it's fine. Then we have Ask Me Why. This song blows, and I'm going to put it in the E. I'm pretty sure this is a cover, but I could be mistaken. I remember this being a cover, but I know how it goes, and I just think the lyrics are so stupid, and the way the Beatles sing it, it just doesn't. It feels so empty to me. Like, ask me why you cry and why you lie to me. It just doesn't. It doesn't do it for me. Again, this might be a cover. I can't remember if this is a cover or not. It probably is. There's a lot of covers on that first album. Whatever the case, this is a pretty low one for me. Then we have Baby It's You, which I'm gonna put. I think this song is maybe a little bit above average. So I'll put it in C, but this would be a low C for me. I think that it's fine. I think it's fine. Then we have Baby You're a Rich Man. So I assume we both do know this one.
Yeah, I know this one.
I think this is a lot of people don't like this song. I always really, really loved this song. I think it really jams. It really jams. It's a little bit dumb, which is probably why people tend to not like it too much.
Yeah.
But it does jam. I would go with C. Oh, not C, sorry. I would go with B for this one.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say C, because I do like this track quite a bit, but I do think that it is definitely one of the weakest on the album. But I can enjoy it.
I just really like the how does it feel to be one of the beautiful the verses are really good. That's the thing about this song. The verses are really, really good. The chorus is a little bit weak. That's how I feel about the song. But this song jams, and I really like the sound, and I love the keyboard in it. So I'll go with B. So we have a B and a C. What are we going with, chat? Are we going with B or C?
What does chat think?
C.
Okay.
All right, it's C.
C.
Well, we'll rank these later. This has got to be like one of the highest C's, though.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay, now we have Babies in Black. I really like Beatles for Sale, so I'm gonna rank a lot of Beatles for Sale songs higher than other people probably would. I would put this in B. I'm assuming you don't know it.
No, I don't.
Because this is well, wait, hang on, wait. Yeah, I would put this in B. I really like the darker, sadder tracks on Beatles for Sale, and this is one of them. But it plays into a more standard sounding Beatles formula, but the lyrics are quite sad, and about, like, you know, this woman who's mourning for her lover or whatever. Very simple song, very effective. I think this is a very low B, but I want to put it over these songs in C right now. Maybe not Baby You're a Rich Man, but we're just sticking with that. So we're going to go with B for this one. I think that it's... I can't do that. I can't go with B because of what we have in B. I can't do that. I got to put it in C. Whatever. This is a high C. We'll rank these after. Y'all are making this tough. Y'all are making this tough.
I'm looking through these songs right now, and this is gonna be so hard.
Yeah, it really is.
This is gonna be so hard.
It's just like, what's making this so challenging is I see A Hard Day's Night and like Across the Universe and stuff in B. So it's like, this is fucking tough. So,
but I totally agree with it, because I'm looking at the other stuff, and like, I'm already gonna struggle putting this stuff in S and A according to what standard we've already set to everything else. And this is like, I don't know. I'm pleased with how we have it set up.
I am too. So just everybody keep in mind that C and above are songs that we like to some degree.
Yeah.
So and like
D is gonna be like the
yeah,
like the
and then E's and F's are gonna be the bad songs.
Yeah.
So that seems that with that standard, I hope you can understand us a little bit more. Next up, we have Back in the USSR. So okay,
this song fucking rips.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh my god. I can't put this in S. I can't put this in S, but so I'll put it in A.
I would totally put it in S.
You'd put it in S?
I would totally put it in S. Like I put on White Album, and I'm just like, oh fuck yeah.
No,
like,
this song's amazing.
Like this song fucking rips.
It is amazing. Very funny. It's a very funny song, and it has amazing melodies, and it does rock harder than most Beatles songs do.
Yeah.
Is it one of my top tracks on the White Album? That's where it gets tough for me, because we are talking about the White Album.
I think it's such an incredible opening to the White Album, though.
It absolutely is.
Like,
especially paired with the next song.
Like, I feel like whenever that, like, song kicks in, I'm just, like, immediately, like, invested in the White Album.
That's true.
Like, immediately.
I feel like I would say that about every album, Rubber Soul and Onward, except, like, Magical Mystery Tour and Yellow Submarine and Let It Be. Okay, I would say that about, like, the opening track to Rubber Soul, Revolver, Peppers, White Album, Abbey Road, you know. I would say the same thing for all those openers. This probably is one of the better ones. I'm going to say A. You're going to say S.
Everybody else said A, so
everybody else said A?
Yeah.
It's going to be A?
Yeah, like, pretty much everybody else said A.
Okay. It's a hot... Listen, this is a very high A.
Yeah.
So...
Well, I mean, like, look at all the other shit we have in A.
Yeah, I know. yeah, exactly. Bad Boy, I don't know. I'm going to be real. That's some Past Masters track. It may be a B-side that I've never heard. I have heard some of their B-sides. This one I have not. And if I have, I do not remember it at all, and I'm not going to pretend like I do.
I definitely haven't.
Yeah. This might have been on one of the US albums. I did listen to all of those, like the US versions of the original early albums. They had some other songs on them. This might have been there. I don't remember it. I'm not. Should we
make a bottom part where we put, like, I don't know, or should we ask chat?
I guess we'll do that so that it makes it easier for everybody to see.
Yeah, because I feel like if somebody skips on and they see that, like, in the like, I don't know. I feel like it's better for people who might not see this particular part of video stream, whatever. Sure.
Okay. Again, I may have heard this. I don't remember it. Next up, we have Because. With the standards we're setting right now, I would put Because in B.
Because in B?
With the standards that we've set.
Okay. You know that I'm a massive fan of Abbey Road.
Yeah, and I am too. And this is a tough call, but this is one of the weakest tracks on the album to me, which is not saying almost anything. It really isn't. But still, with the standards of A Hard Day's Night in B, I would put Because in B. But this song is great. This song is carried so hard by the harmonies, the vocal harmonies, which are incredible, astonishing. It does an amazing job of being the last individual song in the album, because it really feels like it is the split between the songs side, the songs like section of the album, and then the medley. It's it's perfectly placed. It works incredibly well on that album, and it is a great fucking song. Very mind expanding. Some of the best harmonies they ever put to tape. But overall, this track is lacking the extra oomph for me on its own, for me to put it in like A or S. This would be a very high B.
I think I agree. Like, it's it's like in Abbey Road, it's perfect. Yeah. Like, it's perfect. And that album, like, just flows so well from track to track.
Yeah.
Like, I never feel like there's a low moment. I never feel like I'm losing it. Like, and you know, this, like you said, like, this track right here does so well at bringing the two halves of the album together.
Yeah.
And I agree with your placement. I think that it is B.
But high. We'll do the ranking
for
after.
Sure. Because, like, on its own, it's really, really great. And in the album, it's really, really amazing.
The album takes it the extra step.
I totally agree.
And I don't want to count that.
Like, I'm trying to think of this in a vacuum. Mm-hmm. Like, just the song.
Yeah.
In a vacuum. And I think that I would place it because, like, I would still really enjoy it, and I still think that it's, like, really good, but I don't think it's, like, as amazing in a vacuum as a lot of the other tracks.
So, B for that, but a high B. Mm-hmm. Next up, we have Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite. This has always been one of my favorites. I am gonna feel bad not putting this in S. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not gonna put it in S.
Oh, interesting. I was expecting S on that from you.
Oh God, you're making me want to, because I mean,
I would put it in S.
You would put it in S?
Yeah. I totally love the whole like circusy, like trippy vibe going around, like, and then like whenever they go to like the I don't know what to call them, but the more noisy sections. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they have like carousel sounds and the circus.
It feels like such an adventure.
I have to get. Yeah, you know what? You've convinced me. You're right.
It feels like such an adventure. Like that track is it feels like I'm being like shown like this like big epic performance, but just through sound.
Yeah, and it's amazing because you know what? I will say this about this track, songwriting wise, if you take out all the production elements here, this song is not very good. Like this is what is so amazing about it to me, because this is the pinnacle example of what the Beatles were doing and where they were bringing pop music when they made this album. This song is not a great pop song by any stretch. You could not, if you did not have the psychedelia, the sound play, and the production of this track, if you didn't have that experimentation and that world that they build purely sonically, this song would be written off as like a dud.
Yeah.
And that, in a way, is kind of what makes it so amazing to me, because they built this incredible image with the music here that takes you really to another world. It's not just any circus, it is the most drugged out circus you could imagine. And
I mean, I don't know, circuses are pretty drugged out.
This is more drugged out than a stand. This is like you know what? I agree with you. I agree with you. This is one of my favorites on Peppers. This is one of my favorites of all their tracks. This is one of the most mind-bending songs, and I think still to this day, listening to this on this record is insane. Like they went way overboard on this.
It fits so fucking well with the album.
It really does. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Like looking at that cover and like listening to that track, I'm just like, oh, that just fits so perfectly.
It really does. Like it really does. It really does. Okay, then we have Birthday. So, okay, real quick, I just have to say, like, this song is forever a little bit ruined for me. I know I told you this. So when I was in high school, every fucking day they would play music between class periods. And for some reason, they used to be creative and they'd always play a new song. But eventually they decided to just play songs about happy birthday, because I guess they realized that almost everybody, like, there's gonna be somebody in the school whose birthday it is that day. They played this fucking song between class periods like every day. And like
it's somebody's birthday.
and it's like the song is kind of facetious. Like it is a happy birthday song, but like they're fucking goofing it up on this track. This is not sure. But I had to hear it as like a birthday song for like so long, and it has tainted it a bit. All of that being said, this song rocks really hard.
It rips.
Like the guitar work is great on this. It's a great hard rocker on the album, and it's funny because they do it in a way only they would, where it's like, this is not a song you can take seriously, but it still rocks. And it's goofy. It's great for the White Album. It's great in its placement. It opens disc 2 incredibly well. I don't have many issues with the song on its own. From a personal perspective, though, I definitely couldn't put this super high. I would go with B, and I would go with B because to me, this is one of the lower tracks on White Album for me, which again is not saying much, but I would put it in like the bottom quarter of songs on the White Album. So I would go with B for Birthday.
You know, I'm gonna agree with that, and also like comparing it to a lot of their other like really amazing songs, I think I'm gonna put it in B.
Yeah,
it would be a high B though.
Yeah, it would be.
That's definitely a high B.
I definitely think so.
Miklu said something interesting. Miklu said that like being for the benefit of Mr. Kite is like kind of creepy, and I can kind of see
it. It is a bit creepy, especially the verses, especially the second, the outro to the song, where the sounds come over and wash over the mix in a way where musically the song starts to lose focus.
Yeah,
that is, it's definitely a little disconcerting. No, anyway, that's good for Birthday. Blackbird is one of the best tracks on the White Album. One of the most meaningful songs they ever wrote about the civil rights movement. a song that 100% still holds up to this day, socially, more so than even a lot of civil rights era songs do from popular pop acts. Even with that aside, like, this is the best acoustic number I think in their entire career. I can't think of a better one. Purely acoustic. This is probably the best.
Yeah, I agree.
This is a very high A. I don't want to say S, but this is a very high A for me. That's where I'm gonna. That's what I'll say.
I totally agree with you. No, I totally agree.
So we're going with that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just by the way, the metronome is the only other sound in this song, and it literally adds so much.
Yeah.
The metronome sound here.
Yeah.
It adds so much. It's such a good touch. Sia did a cover of Blackbird. I don't even wanna.
No, it's epic.
A lot of people are saying S for Blackbird, and when we start to get towards the end where we might like re-rank a few things, I would definitely consider this probably more than any other A tier so far.
Yeah, because we might drop a couple S's and then bring a couple A's up.
Maybe even move some B's up, because I'm still feeling weird about Hard Day's Night and B, to be completely honest, but we'll see. Anyway, that one was voted, so I guess it has to stay. Whatever the case, next up is Blue Jay Way. I think this is one of the coolest songs on the soundtrack section of Magical Mystery Tour. This is one of the this is the creepiest song they ever made. This song is very creepy. It's very chilling. It's very unsettling. It feels like a nighttime track, like a foggy nighttime track, in the best way possible.
No, I love listening to this at night.
Yeah, it's freaky. This song's really, really cool. The phaser effect on Harrison's vocals are really effective. And there are parts of the song where it gets your head bobbing. But in that very sinister way. I will put it in B. I would put it in a high B, but I would put it in B. Blue Jay Way.
I think so too. I will say Magical Mystery Tour feels like a very odd Beatles album to me. It kind of feels like it definitely is Beatles, but it also feels like it kind of doesn't make as much sense to tag onto the Beatles as a lot of other albums.
Yeah, well, and it honestly it's honestly more of a compilation album at the end of the day, because they had like other albums in their early career where it would be like half soundtrack, half new material. But this wasn't designed that way. This was half soundtrack, and then when they brought it to the US, they added some singles from around the time onto the other half. And it plays like that. Like, you really feel the sides on this album a lot. And to me, Magical Mystery Tour is backloaded. Like, obviously, I Am the Walrus from the movie is amazing. But the back half has fucking Strawberry Fields and Hello Goodbye and All You Need Is Love, and but for the A side of this album, Blue Jay Way is one of my favorites. I'll go with B. Everyone seems to agree with that, so no contention there. Next we have Boys.
I don't know this one.
So this song's a bit of a gay anthem, because they covered a song that was for a girl group where they're singing about how much they love boys. And they covered it, and Ringo covers it, and he only changed...
Holy shit.
Right? And he only changed like a line or two so that it wouldn't be gay, but it's still super gay. So shout-outs to that. Other than that, though, I don't like this cover really at all. It's one of the weaker tracks. Well, no. It's one of the mid tracks on Please Please Me, of which there were quite a few. But like we said, that's where our D tier is. So I'm going to put it in the D. I don't mind the song necessarily. I think there's weaker tracks on that album, but there's definitely better ones on that album too. And for that may be the first song chronologically in their discography that Ringo sings that you hear, which is neat. But not a standout for him either. Now we have Can't Buy Me Love.
Don't know.
Yeah, this is the one that they jump around in the field to in the movie. Can't Buy Me Love.
Oh, I know this one.
Yeah, you know this one. Yeah, I go B for sure. If we have A Hard Day's Night and I Love Her in the B, this is like up there as those three being the highlights of the film and that album to me. So I think the song is fucking awesome as fuck. I think the movie kind of does it dirty because the movie gives the Beatles almost nothing to do while the song is playing. But like, this is a fucking killer single. This is one of the catchiest early tracks. This is one of their best early tracks to me, and I definitely think it belongs up there with the other two songs we have from this album in B for me.
No, I totally agree with you. The song's like so incredibly catchy and like so. And like it kind of rips.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. It kind of rocks. No, I totally agree with you. I would put this in B.
I don't think we'll find much disagreement there either. I think when it comes to the early tracks, I'm liking what we have in B right now. I think that Hard Day's Night, All My Loving, and I Love Her, Cant Buy Me Love. I think those would be like the top sliver, I think. Right now. Next up, we have Carry That Weight. So we're gonna have to rank all of the songs in the medley on their own, which makes it really difficult. I've been trying mostly not to consider how well the song works in the album, and the reason for that is that I already did an albums tier list, and I'm trying to go Beatles songs, right?
Yeah.
But in the case of the medley, taking these songs out and ignoring the fact that they're a part of the medley feels like it's entirely defeating the purpose.
Yeah.
I'm going to try as hard as I can, but the placement in the melody is going to affect my judgment here a lot.
But even then, it's so hard to think about it out of context of the album.
It is. And also, like, imagine turning on Carry That Weight and then just going to another song after it. It, like, literally segues in the beginning and in the end of the track. It's like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So I will say this, like, in the context of the medley, this is one of the highlight moments.
For sure. It's so climactic.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, really, the entire closing trio there with Golden Slumbers and Carry That Weight in the end is one of the best things ever put to tape. On its own, maybe not as much. Like, compare Carry That Weight on its own to Golden Slumbers on its own, or The End on its own. I would much rather listen to those on their own than Carry That Weight.
Really?
For me. Like, Golden Slumbers, to me, is the highlight of the medley. Like, that would be my high... You'll see when we get to it, but that, for me...
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think that Golden Slumbers, I think that that's a more of a contextual thing for me. Like, I would rather hear that in the context of the album as opposed to, like, Carry That Weight.
Interesting. So we might disagree on this. I am gonna... Oh my god, this feels so wrong to do. This song is... This is one of the best moments in the medley when it carries out of Golden Slumbers. That's why this song works so well. I think that if I'm trying not to count that, I would have to go B with Carry That Weight.
I'm thinking low A. I really like this song, even in the context of just on its own. I think that sonically they did a lot of really interesting things.
The horns are just...
Yeah, no, for sure. And, like, I don't think that it's really hampered all that much without being in context of Abbey Road.
You know what? I can vibe with that opinion. I don't disagree heavily. We're going to let chat decide. So we have to go with A.
Okay.
That's fine. You know what? I think when we go to the ranking, I would like to put it lower in the A. But...
I agree.
I think that's fine. Okay. Now we have Chains. This is another rhythm and blues cover on Please Please Me. Another pretty weak one. Honestly, a very weak one. I think I'm going to go with E for this. I think this is another one of those songs that, to me, just the Beatles, it doesn't work with their sound. They cut out a lot of these kind of tracks from here on out. Like, every other cover they did, they always brought that Beatles sound to it. But on this first album, there were a few that just sound like they're doing another songwriter's track. And that's it. And this is definitely one of those examples. And it just doesn't fit their sound. I think I would put it in E. Because I don't care for the track. I would put it in E. Next up, we have Come Together. So, Jesus. So, okay. So, in my opinion, is this one of my top tracks on Abbey Road? Maybe. I feel like what I feel like if it goes an S for me, this is one of the lowest, if not the lowest S. Which again, don't take that as a diss to the song in any way. If it's an A, it's one of the highest A's.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit torn.
But also look at the shit we have in A.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing, like, come together. Like, there's so many amazing things about the song, and songwriting-wise, it is incredibly strong. It's a song that is more coverable than most of their tracks. Not that I've ever heard a cover I liked, but the songwriting here is so strong and universal. It's got a lot of funny lines on it. It manages to, even with all of those weird, wacky lines about wacky people or whatever, it feels still like it has a very positive message of unity. And even if that wasn't what they intended when they wrote the lyrics to the track, because it is quite sardonic, but it works as both. The chorus stands out so much here, and the song, I think the strongest parts of the song are the solo sections to me. After the chorus, when you have the guitar solos, those are my favorite parts of this track.
Yeah.
Also the iconic drum line that opens the song. There's so many amazing things about come together.
Line.
The bass line.
Yeah. No, it sounds kind of badass.
It really does. This song is so good. I'm gonna say A, and again, I would say one of the highest A's. This is a song that I could totally move up if we do end up with it in A, but for now, I'm gonna say A.
I also say A, but I would actually put it as like lower on A if I were to do it.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah. No, this song like totally like rips, and like you said, I also really like the solo section as well.
Yeah. The keyboard part there, the do 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 do.
But I don't know if I like it as much as many of the other tracks on Abbey Road, and like, you know, I'm saying, well,
yeah,
so out of context of the album, this is probably one of the better ones,
right? Yeah, on its own, and it was a single.
But whenever listening to the album, I definitely enjoy a lot of the other tracks more.
Yeah, I would put this. This is probably in like the top 6 or 7 songs on there. Probably just out of the top 5 for me, if I had to really think about it. I think we're gonna go with A. So we agree with A.
Yeah, A for sure.
A couple people mentioned B, which I find interesting. Amazing. Next we have Cry Baby Cry. Cry Baby Cry works because of its placement in the album. I'm not saying this is a bad song, but this song works for me because of its placement in the album. This song before Revolution 9 is astonishing. The way that the song starts to digress toward the end of it, the way it's light and chill, but a little bit haunting, a little bit eerie, and then you move into Revolution 9 is one of the highlights of that album for me. And this song completely adds to that. Like, this is one of the reasons why that part of the album is so intriguing. The song itself would be the song itself. See, this is the thing. When I think of these songs, I'm always thinking about them in the album.
Me too.
This song is not... It is... I have to be harsher if I just pick this song out on my own. If I just pick the song out and heard it, this might be a high C. But like on the album, this is one of the standout moments to me because of the way that it works with everything else. But like, God, on its own, it's not one of the strongest tunes.
But you know, this might be a weird take coming from me, but this is one of my favorite Beatles songs ever.
Really?
Yeah. No, like, I'll just like straight up be like, okay, I want to listen to this now, and then I'll just like play this track. Like,
I totally feel that, and that's the thing.
And I just like it, I don't. I think it's an accordion. Like the addition of like the accordion on the track is just so amazing and everything.
Cry, baby, cry. And yeah, the "Can You Take Me Back." Yeah, that's the thing. The "Can You Take Me Back" section at the end that leads into Revolution 9 so well. God, you know, it's like you probably have more experience than hearing this on its own. I'm just trying to think for myself, but like, I do feel dirty putting it in C if I were to call it a C. I'm just really like, I'm looking at this B tier, and our B tier is so stacked to me.
That's true. That's true.
Like that. But then again, Cry Baby Cry is substantially better than what I have in C. So I will go with a B. I will go with a B.
I'm still... I want to put this in S.
You want to put an S?
I want to put this in S. I really fucking love this track.
That's really interesting.
It's so amazing.
So we're going between B and C and S, so we put it in A.
Okay.
That's
You
what
want to
we
do
have,
that?
that's how we do
We
it.
don't consult chat.
Nope. If that's what that we only consult if it's close. That's really
If
interesting.
there's an easy middle, though, we. Okay.
I'm fine with putting it in. Listen, I'm trying to do on a single basis. If all these songs were singles, where would I put them? But if I'm talking about how I actually feel about the tracks and the way that I know them and the way that I listen to them, this is fine. I would put it in A. I would put it in A for sure. So it's just that if we were doing that, the A and S tier would be so full of stuff that this tier list wouldn't even be worth doing. All right, fine. Day Tripper. Do you know Day Tripper?
No, I don't.
This is one of their singles. It was a really big hit, one of their biggest hits. I hear this song a lot. This song is fucking rad as fuck.
Would I know it?
There's a chance. I wouldn't say this is one of the ones you hear the most. It's maybe not one of the most iconic, like one of the most radio played or songs you would know if you don't like the Beatles. I don't know. I'd be curious. If you do, be careful if you play the audio.
I'm just gonna do it on the lowest.
Yeah, put it up to your ear and try not to let them catch it as little as possible. High B or A for Day Tripper.
Stupid ad.
I think that for me, ranking some of these single only tracks is going to be a little bit harder because I'm way less familiar with them. I so uncommonly listen to these ones. But this song is amazing. I've got an A, I've got a B or A. I think I'm going to put it in B.
I know this song. I would also put it in B.
Okay. No, this is a fucking great track, but it's just
it is.
God, we're working with such tough competition. So I would definitely go
Beatles against Beatles.
Yeah. Who would win? I don't know. Okay.
Ringo.
All right, Dear Prudence, S tier. This is a top 3. This is a top 5 at least. Oh my god. So to me, it is a combination of two things, but we're only talking about the song itself. But even if we're just doing that, this is still S. But in the context of the album, it's even better. This coming after Back in the USSR. Back in the USSR and Dear Prudence together is maybe my favorite opening they've ever had. It would only be against Peppers, and that's a really tough call for me. But both of these are astonishing, and Dear Prudence is just incredible. The space, the beauty, the natural imagery that comes to my head when I hear this. Every single time the drums kicking on this track, it's just oh my god, my heart is just fucking exploding. Easy S. I don't even question it for me.
No, I totally agree. S.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say I absolutely I love how they decided to use the bass in this song.
Bass line.
Yeah,
oh my
it's
god.
so amazing.
Yeah, oh my god.
I love the bass. And also I like how they open up the song, and you were saying in the opening of White Album, it's just so amazing because you get the high of Back to the USSR to the low of this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, low in comparison energy wise.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Energy wise.
Yeah, totally.
You know what I mean?
It does an amazing job at setting up a lot of the dichotomy of the album. This, even on its own, I have no trouble taking this out of the album and saying this is one of the best songs they ever wrote.
Yeah, for sure.
And Peachy's mentioning the Sushi and the Banshees cover, which is also really good. This is a coverable song. I don't know, you may never have heard that, but Sushi and the Banshees, a goth rock band, did a cover of this song, which is also quite popular, and it's also great. It's a very coverable song because the songwriting on this track is immense. It is immense. So yeah, that I knew that was going to S as soon as we started. Devil in Her Heart.
I don't think I know this one.
This song I would put in the D. I would say this is one of the most middling tracks.
I gave it the D.
I gave it the D. This is one of the most middling tracks from With the Beatles, in my opinion. Again, it's not a bad song, but it's okay. It's there. It's fine. It's a fine track. It works, but it's one of the many reasons why With the Beatles is a highly forgettable record. I prefer it to Please Please Me a little bit, but it's more forgettable. These songs just get so samey on this album, and this one it's just fine. That's all I can say about it. Next up, we have Dig a Pony. Dig a Pony, I would put in B.
Pony.
Do you know this song?
No.
Okay. You haven't listened to Let It Be?
I haven't.
Okay.
I only know Let It Be off that album.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Dig a Pony, I would put in the B. I love the guitar work. I love the song. I love the production on this track. They kept it basic. The intention going into Let It Be was to make it a back to basics album where they would strip all the production away and just do some straightforward rock tracks. But of course, at this point in their career, they were such good songwriters that you could never just leave it there.
Yeah.
I think that this is one of the highlights of that album for me. I really enjoy this song. I definitely would not put it any higher than B with what we've got, but I will put it in B because I think this song is great. It has great harmonies, it has great guitar parts, and the sound really does a great service to what Paul wanted this album to be. Even though I think his idea was misguided, if all of the songs sounded this good, I think this would have been an amazing album. So for me, I would put it in B. Then we have Dig It, which gets F. Dig It is literally just it's taken from one of the jams that they did in the studio, which you actually get to see them jam in the documentary, which is quite interesting.
I really need to see it. I want to see that documentary.
If you see it, it gives you a lot of insight to Let It Be.
I should also listen to Let It Be either before or after.
It would be interesting to wait until after. It would be interesting to see, know all that context going in and listen to it. I'm curious what that would do for you, like hearing it for the first time after seeing the process. Anyway, watching them jam it on the documentary was cool, but this is like such a shitty track. I don't know why it's even included. I think like if they were gonna stick with the back to basics studio thing the whole way through the album, I could understand its inclusion, but this is one of the reasons this album feels like such a mess. Act Naturally is the worst song they ever put on an album, I would say, but Dig It's probably the worst track. Like, yeah, it's a song, but this is like an interlude, basically. It's treated like an interlude, but God, it's so bad. And it just makes the album feel messy. It hurts the album. There's no reason to listen to it on its own. I think it belongs nowhere but F. Next up, we have Dizzy Miss Lizzy, another good example of a song that really does hurt the album it's on because of its placement, but we're not talking about that. So I assume you haven't heard it.
No.
So Dizzy Miss Lizzy... So on Help, you have Yesterday as the penultimate track, and then this as the closer, which is one of the worst choices they ever made because, like, why the fuck? Like Yesterday, that's your closer.
Yeah. I've heard that song. That sounds like such a closing track.
It does, and that's why this song, I think, is lower in my mind just thinking about it because it hurts there. However, as a song on its own, as a cover, it is perfectly serviceable. It's even kind of enjoyable. The guitar line on it gets a little grating, but I think that this song is perfectly fine. I even sometimes enjoy it. I think that it's between C and D. And I think because I put Another Girl in D, I think I have to put this in D, but this is going to be my highest D. And I know if we do the ranking, when we rank it, this will be the highest D. But I'll put it in D.
Okay.
I think this is a song that I enjoy occasionally. I don't think it is a standout at all. And I do think when it comes to their early pop rock sound, this is a very average track. And so that's where I will put it. Then we have Do You Want to Know a Secret? Very cute song. Very cute song. I'm assuming you haven't heard it. Whenever we get to these early tracks, I just kind of ignore you because I'm assuming you don't know. If you do, you'll have to speak up. Because if we have an early album,
I've heard a couple of them. It looks like we're gonna get a couple that I know like 8 days a week.
Sure. Okay, cool. Well, just speak up if you know them. If I see the album cover and it's one of the early albums,
I'll make sure I speak up.
So, Do You Want to Know a Secret? Is a cute song. It's a very cute song. I think it's cute. I like it. I'll put it in C. I think this is one of the better tracks on Please Please Me. It is a cute song. It is nothing more, but it is a cute song. Now we have Dr. Robert. So, look, we're talking about Revolver here, and this album is so impeccably fucking amazing, like, in every single way, that stacking these songs up against each other is like... I can say a song is the worst track on Revolver, and I'm saying it's one of the best songs I've ever heard in my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, that is where we're working with here. Dr. Robert would be bottom 3 for me on this album.
I agree.
But it is fucking sick. Mm-hmm. It's one of my favorite straightforward rock tracks that they have. It is a total jam. It's funny. It's super entertaining. It's a great character piece, and they have a few of those on this album. I would put it in B tier.
I also really like their vocal performances on this song.
Yes. Yes. And the harmonies and the bridge and the organ comes in. I'm already feeling like I'm about to put it in A. We're gonna put it in B.
But I think I want to put it in B.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the other stuff we have in B, like A Hard Day's Night. Like, and like the stuff we have above it, like I totally agree with it being in B.
Yeah, totally. Next we have Don't Bother Me. This goes in the D tier. I think this is another one of the songs on With the Beatles that doesn't stand out in any particular way, and it isn't even really that enjoyable on its own. This is, I think, the first George Harrison song that he ever wrote. And George Harrison is the sleeper hit songwriter of the Beatles. I think it is very fair to argue he's the best songwriter that they had. Lennon and McCartney almost always worked together. And when Harrison went and recorded solo material, he still wrote songs. Like that entire All Things Must Pass album, I highly recommend because it is basically just as good as any of the best Beatles albums. He was such an amazing songwriter, and this song makes him look like he sucks. Like, this song is so boring, and he didn't have it at this time. And, he was the youngest member, so give him time, right? But this is quite a weak track. It's not bad. It's not
the youngest member?
He was the youngest member. He's the youngest Beatle. And I think Ringo's the oldest Beatle.
Interesting.
I could be wrong about that. Anybody in chat know? But I know Harrison's the youngest for sure. Next we have Don't Let Me Down.
I know this one.
Okay. I'm going to say B for Don't Let Me Down. So this song is one that came out of the Let It Be sessions but doesn't land on the album. If it did land on the album, it would easily be one of the highlights. I think it's a great single. I think it's a great track. I think it's got all the same qualities I listed for Dig a Pony, honestly, so I have nothing more to add. I would put it in B.
It feels like Don't Let Me Down is it's like Don't Let Me Down, it kind of rips, but like in a way which is like softer, if that makes any sense.
It literally does. That's what I would say about some of the tracks on that album. That's what they feel like.
It feels like but no, I totally agree with you. I would put that in B.
It's very breezy though. It has that. It's like windy,
and it's quite iconic for the Beatles. Mm-hmm. Like lots of people know that song.
Yeah, big hit song. No, it's a great song. I think B is fair. Next we have Don't Pass Me By. So this is the Ringo song on White Album, the only one, if I remember right. I think for a lot of people this would rank lower on the White Album. For me, this is like mid-tier White Album. I really enjoy the track. I think a lot of this song is made by the performance and the recording of it, where they took this song, which is quite goofy, quite silly, this silly little country song, and they added this strange phaser to the piano, makes the piano sound wonky and weird, and it adds to the goofy quality of the track, which makes it highly entertaining. I
also think it's very fun to sing along to.
It is. Because
it's just like, I don't feel as bad with my stupid ass voice being along with this song.
It's true. I think that the piano here is so fucking good. That's to me what makes it. I love the little wobbly sound on the piano. Yeah. And that sound alone, like whenever I produce piano in my music, I put a chorus effect on it. And the only reason I do that is because of this track. Like literally this inspired me to do that.
Really interesting.
Because the chorus effect on the piano is so delightful. This is, look, some people tend to say this is like a bad song or one of the worst on the White Album, which like I can see why somebody would
somebody would think that, yeah.
But I've always loved it. I would put this pretty high in the B's, but I definitely don't think it belongs in A.
No, for sure not. I would actually rank it pretty low on the B's, just looking at what we have in the B and B itself. Because it's like, do I like it as much as like something like A Hard Day's Night?
No.
Yeah. Hell no.
Yeah, for sure.
But I would put it along with stuff like Don't Let Me Down, maybe,
Yeah, I would say so.
As how much I enjoy it.
All right. Now we have Drive My Car. Drive My Car goes in A for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Drive My Car goes in A for me. It is so perfect to open this album. I think they got openers right a lot. Even in the early days, that was like closers was something they had to learn, and Rubber Soul's an example of that too, where it's like that closer just doesn't really work. But but openers, they had them down by this point. You have like fucking Help on Help, you have Hard Day's Night, you have I Saw Her Standing There in the first album. Like they always nailed that, but this is one of the best. And like, it's funny, it's sardonic, it's witty, it's clever, and it fucking rocks so hard. It's such an entertaining track, and it's goofy in a way that isn't stupid. And that's what I love about the Beatles. They have so many like joke tracks or tracks that are supposed to be funny, and they don't suck. And that's so fucking rare. Like, usually when I'm listening to any other artist who tries to put a funny joke track on the album, it kills everything.
God.
Kills everything.
Genesis.
Genesis, that's a good example. But the Beatles always nailed it. This song is funny, entertaining. It's fucking sick. It rocks. It sounds great. It's super 60s. It's like one of the most like 60s sounding tracks to me.
Oh, and the addition of the piano on this is just so incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it feels like a ride.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
It does. It feels like a car ride.
It feels like it. Yeah. But like more than just your average highway one. Like it's like going like 20 miles above the speed limit, like fucking like zip. Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Zooming, it's zooming. This song's zooming.
Definitely a convertible song, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking top down, fucking sticking your head out in the wind. Yeah, that's that type of song.
I totally feel you. Yeah, no, I'm glad we agree on A, so that's A. Next up we have 8 Days a Week, which I will say for myself, I would struggle not to put this in A, and I think we have A Hard Day's Night in B, and that's the standard we've pretty much set for the early songs, for in my mind. So that is a really high standard. But if I had to think, what are my favorite early Beatles songs and singles? Hard Day's Night's top 5, 8 Days a Week is top 5, and there's a few others. Where they land in that top 5 is where it gets tricky for me. I want to be able to put one of these early songs at least in A. I would like to, if we can. And I feel like there's got to be something that belongs. I don't know if it's this, but I think that there's a lot of things that make this song go the extra mile. Like, it's already a fantastic pop song, but that intro, the chords in the intro is amazing. And like, that to me is it's one of the few moments that makes early Beatles sound a little bit more like late Beatles. The chords and the intro to the song and the outro. It's huge. The song itself is just about as good as Hard Day's Night. I don't know if I like this more or less than that song. I think I have to put it in B just because of that standard that we've set. But I really enjoy the track.
This might be a little bit of a hot take.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of don't enjoy this song that much. I can have a little bit of fun with it, maybe like every other listen or something, or like if I haven't listened to it in like forever and I come back to it, I'm like, okay, this is pretty okay. I can get down with this a little bit. But for me, I think that I would put it in D.
Really?
Yeah, like I kind of don't like it that much.
Wow. Well, then we have to do C.
Yeah, C.
That's rough. I will say this, is that this album, Beatles for Sale, is usually commonly regarded as their weakest work.
Mm-hmm.
And I just happen to be somebody who's always really connected with it. I really like it. This song is one of the best tracks on this album. I've always loved this track for one of the early tracks, but I think that's fair. I think if we put this in C, that sucks a bit. But that's fine. That's what this is about. So I'm curious to see chats around A and C. A, C. People are torn on this one, I guess. People are torn on this one. Okay, that's fine. I'm glad it's not in D. If we were going to put it anywhere, I'm glad it's not in D. It can be in C, and that's fine.
Yeah, you would have screamed at me.
No. Next, we have Eleanor Rigby, which for me gets S. If this isn't the best track on Revolver, which I'm highly tempted to say it is, it's top 2. There's only one other song here that I would say gets to it.
I would say I'm Only Sleeping.
Oh, okay. I would put this against Tomorrow Never Knows. That would be my top 2. That's what I would. Good. That's what I would debate between.
But the thing is, I could say that for like any 2 tracks on Revolver.
You really
pretty
could.
Much.
You really could.
Like almost all of them.
Yeah. But we agree on this. Like, and how could we not? Yeah, I mean, like it is incredible. This is, I think, it feels like this song as a single, because this was a single. As a single, this declares the Beatles as a new entity in a way that nothing else before it did. To me, Rubber Soul has always felt like the perfection of what the Beatles had always been before, which is not to say it didn't go further. It absolutely did. But like it feels like it is the end of the mid period for them.
Yeah.
And this song signals a completely new era. And it's like the songwriting is unbelievably good. The way that the story weaves in and out of itself, and the way that the story is so melancholic. It's so lonely. The picture that they paint, you can tell any story about lonely people or whatever. They just pick these two random figures and their lives don't really mean anything, and they like intersect with each other's lives. They just, one of them dies, the other one's sad. There's really not that much to it, which makes the story incredibly depressing.
Yeah.
And it has that relatable attribute of like just the very this very boring, lonely nature of life that they captured on this track. And the string section is unbelievable. Like the composition here, it is so beyond what you can hear from other artists around the time who worked with string sections, because plenty did. I mean, even if you look back to the 50s, like plenty of those standard singers had big bombastic string sections or whatever. It was not uncommon at all. But this is so stark. Like the strings are so stark. It's so... the staccato, like, it's just
and then they'll also like play off of one another, and one will like solo into like occasionally you'll get like one string like do like a solo, which like enhances it so much.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, it's not like a massive solo, like it's a small one. Like they'll just like stray from the pack a little bit and then play something.
Yeah.
And, like and that's, and like you said, like with the weaving story, I kind of get that like weaving feeling with the strings and stuff like that, and it also like the panning like vocals and stuff like that, how it pans from one ear to the other. It's just so incredible.
It's such a good track,
and like so well done.
Yeah.
Like,
no, it really listening through the discography, like getting to this song is where it's like, wow, you know, like that really just, and that's what I'll say about that.
It is quite jarring, isn't it? Because like, I mean, like I haven't heard a lot of like early Beatles, but like trying to put that into perspective, because I've heard a lot of like even just the singles and stuff like that, and then like coming up, and then like you get Eleanor Rigby, and that's really jarring to hear coming from the Beatles.
Yes, and in the best way. In the best way. Next up, we have Every Little Thing. This song has a cute hook. I'll put it in C. I mean, I think it's fine. I think that when it comes to Beatles for Sale, this is one of my lessers. It's one of the more memorable tracks because I always remember the every little thing she does and the little doom doom, the timpanis. It's cute. But the overall songcraft here is a little bit middling at points in this song. I really like the hook, and that's what brings it for me. But yeah, I mean, I would put it at C, and honestly a pretty low C. But I do like the track. Now we have Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except Me and My Monkey. Now for me, this is bottom 5 on the White Album. Maybe it's like number 5 on bottom 5. So like that was where I'd place it. But like, again, we're talking about the White Album. I would put this in B. I would put this in B.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay. I don't think that's too difficult. Like look, it is a highly entertaining track.
Yeah.
And the guitar is sick. It's sick. And it's placed really well too on the album. I think B, I don't think that's too arguable. Everybody's Trying to Be My Baby. This is another cover from Beatles for Sale. Actually, we haven't gotten any covers on Beatles for Sale, so I don't know why I said that. But anyway, this is a cover from Beatles for Sale. It is okay.
Okay.
I would put it in. No, you know what? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I actually quite like this one. I get this mixed up with Dizzy Miss Lizzy a lot because they're both the final track on the album, and they're both like a cover of like a rock track that's fairly similar. This one I definitely like more. I'll put it in C. I am partial to Beatles for Sale. But, not amazing. But I do quite like the album. Then we have Fixing a Hole. Fixing a Hole is one of my least favorite on Peppers, which is my favorite Beatles album, and one of my favorite albums of all time. I don't want to have like every single song from Sgt. Pepper's and ARS, but I almost can't help it because
I kind of do want every single song.
I mean, it's just that it feels unfair. There's one song I know
disagree. I think it's unfair that they made all of this amazing shit after making, like, I don't know, like I just feel like it's unfair. Like, I just feel like it's unfair to other things because it's just like, this is really amazing, but oh shit, I have to like put it in like A or B or something because
I listen. The only reason I put it that way is because I am going to do that. There's one song on Pepper's I would be very comfortable putting in B, but even then I would still feel a little bad. That's where I am with it. For this, I would put it A, and it sounds like you're saying the same thing. For Fixing a Hole.
Yeah, okay. I agree. We should put it in A.
The harpsichord is an amazing touch. The guitar solo is one of my favorites across their career. The lyrics are clever, very mind-bending. One of the more cerebral
tracks. The way in which they're
tracks.
Saying as well is very mind-bending, I think. It's
a very odd song.
It is.
It's a little off-kilter. The chorus is a little off-kilter in a really good way. I think again, like, the fact that is this for me on Pepper's, this is like my second least favorite on that album. The reason I'm able to recall this so confidently is because I've listened to this album an innumerable amount of times. This would be like my second least favorite, so we're pretty much going to have the entire album in like the top 2 tiers.
Yeah. And I feel like that might happen for like a couple albums.
We'll see. I'm trying to make that not happen, but it's very difficult.
Well, no, it would literally only be that album, I think, because we already have like from the other like 4 that I know that me and you really like a lot. Like we have at least 1 in B.
Next we have Flying, which I would put in the D myself.
You would give it the D.
I would give it the D.
You would give it the D. God damn.
I'm not saying the song is bad. I'm just saying that it isn't good. There are things about it that I like. I enjoy the vocal part where they go like that's nice. And there's a nice keyboard with that. But there's a lot of parts of this that kind of sound shitty. Like, it's not, the production isn't very good on it.
Is this the one that starts with the chugging?
Bling, 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 bling on the guitar in the beginning. It's very like...
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like...
It's fine. Like, I mean, putting it in D feels maybe low, but I don't like this as much of the songs that I have in C. You don't have many songs in C like that you were able to pick, so maybe you're not looking at it the same way.
I have Baby You're a Rich Man in C.
Yeah, and Flying should be below that. I think.
I think so too, but I still think that it's like not that far apart. For me at least, I would probably place it in low C.
Okay. Well, we're between C and D.
Between C and D, so it's up to chat.
What do you got, chat?
What do you
C or
think?
D for Flying? Okay, we're doing D.
It's in D. Okay. That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
I think this is one of the best tracks in D, and I do actually like this track to some degree. So that I'll give it that.
Yeah. So like I would put it above All Together now, and like as far like the only 2 tracks I know in fucking D are Flying and All Together Now.
Right. Okay. So yeah.
That's where I would place it.
I would also place it above All Together Now for the record. Next up we have For No One. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. I would go with A. It is another tearjerker track. The little French horn on this song almost makes it for me. That and the combination of like the honky tonk sounding piano here is beautiful. The vocal melody too is so good. Like, so that is
something I'm gonna mention. Is like, so it's the piano that they use. Like, I forget what type of piano it's called, but it like the notes don't really ring out; they just like ting. So it plucks at the strings as opposed to like having the hammer that hits them. I fucking love that piano.
It's so nice.
Everything about that piano, like, and like, you know, it was used on Grigri as well, and Crocker Kukion.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and I just fucking love it there. It gives me like, and I love whenever like it like dances like it does on this track on top of everything. It makes this track feel very kind of odd a little bit, kind of odd, and then also like kind of like ballroomy and like the lonely sense, like you're in a ballroom and you're dancing but you're by yourself. No, but I like this track. I like the reason why I say like the piano and everything. I just hit the mic. I'm sorry, chat. The reason why I mention that is because I think that that's what's gonna make it go an S for me.
You would put it in S.
I love everything about the song. I love how it's like, how it shifts, how it feels like kind of like a lonely dance song.
It's one of their saddest tracks. It's one of their saddest tracks.
Yeah.
It's sad in a similar way to something like She's Leaving Home when the next album is. I see these songs as similar for whatever reason in my head. These songs seem similar to me.
I can see that.
Just the mood, but like
no, for sure. Okay,
like,
yeah,
sad in like almost like a theater kind of way. It's like it's
like telling you a story, and the story's like sad.
Yeah. We have to consult chat between A or S, because I will say this about For No One, and I always have to be careful saying this because it always makes it sound like I'm saying these songs aren't good or something. But like, this is one of my lessers from Revolver for me personally. But it's like, hopefully we don't have to continue to say.
So I think we need to say that Revolver's an S tier album.
Yeah, which they know because I did.
Yeah, so Revolver's an S tier album, and keep that into mind whenever we say things like this is one of the lesser tracks. I don't think that this is one of the lesser tracks. I think that this is one of my favorite tracks.
Which is fair, I get that.
But like, you have to remember that like there's such little gap between those statements. So like,
no, the weakest track on here is barely worse than the best track on here. Like that's about where we're talking.
Yeah.
So we've got S. Ooh, we might put this in S. We got 2 S's, 1 A. What does anybody else think about For No One?
Ass.
Another S? With this in your S's, is this a lower S or a higher S? Because for me in my A's, this would be a lower A.
I think mid S.
It would be like mid S. Like, averaging it out between that would put it at like a high A. Because if I would put this with the A's we have right now, I would put this above Cry Baby Cry in like the bottom 2 spots right now. So like, it would be low in A for me.
Really? That's interesting.
We've got, I would, and again, look at what we have in A.
It's just interesting because like, I think that song's like really amazing. And it's like, it's not weird for me to see it compared, like placed next to a lot of the things we have in A, but at the same time, it really is, because I feel like I really vibe with how that song feels to me with the lonely dance, like telling kind of sad song type thing. It's totally, if I were to tell a story in the format of like an album, that's totally how I would do it.
Crow is saying it's an upright piano. That's the name of it. I don't know if this is correct, or at least you think that it is an upright piano.
I think it is.
I think we have to just average between our placements here and go with A.
Okay, you know what? That's cool.
And I think,
I mean, like, A's still amazing.
And when we get to the ranking, we can put it higher. So okay. Now we have For You Blue. I would put this in the E. This is George Harrison's worst track on any Beatles album. It's one of the worst tracks on any Beatles album. It makes me angry, not because the song is so bad it makes me angry. It makes me angry that the Beatles didn't let Harrison give other material for this album. Because we know, and we always have known this, but we know it now more than ever. He showed them All Things Must Pass. He showed them All Things Must Pass. And they didn't let him put that song on this album, but they let him put this. That is frustrating to me. So I put it in E. It's not a horrible track. It's not as bad as Act Naturally or Dig It, but it is stupid. It sounds dumb, and it is just not very good. The slide guitar in this track is so corny. Slide guitar is like one of the coolest instruments ever, and it sounds bad on this song. So like the slide guitar is like a lap guitar, you know, the steel guitar. They use it on like To Be Kind a lot. The woo, yeah, that. Anyway, it sounds like crap on this album. I don't think it's very good, and I will put it in the E. Next, we have Free as a Bird, which everybody always tells me to listen to this. I still never have. So this was like one of, I think,
haven't either.
2 songs that was released, like a fully produced Beatles album released way after they were disbanded. It was never released before. I think I may have listened to this one time. I'm going to put it in here. I'm sure some people in chat may know it and love it. A lot of people say it's really good, but I just haven't really checked that out. Next, we have From Me to You, which I would put in... I would put it in the C, honest. No, sorry. I meant D. I would put it in the D.
Give it the D.
It sounds like a... this was a single from around the Please Please Me era. It's honestly... It would have been one of the weaker tracks on Please Please Me. It's not... I don't really know... People liked it at the time. I mean, this was 1963, but this song just doesn't age well to me. I don't really think there's anything special about it. It's not very memorable. And like, of those early #1 singles, like, you have I Want to Hold Your Hand, and you have She Loves You and stuff, and then you have this, and I don't feel like anybody cares about this song anymore. So I definitely would put it in the D. I mean, it's not a bad track, but like, I would put it in the D. Now we have Get Back. Now you probably know this song. So if you pull it up and listen, you probably do know it, but you might not. There's a chance. But Get Back rips. I think it's super fucking fun. The guitar part on here is great. The lyrics are fun. Vocals are awesome. I wish it had more oomph in the recording that you hear on the album. I think that it lacks a little bit of that.
I haven't heard this song.
You've never heard it?
No.
Okay. It's a great track, a great iconic Beatles track. I would put it in the B, and I would put it pretty low in the B. I think songwriting-wise, this song could have been better than it ended up on the recording, which isn't saying much because it's still really entertaining. I think low B is where I'd have to go for Get Back. Next, we have Getting Better. Getting Better, I would put in the A.
I would also put it in A.
It's so jammy. It's so fucking great. I love the guitar part. I don't know how the hell they managed to make that the lead part of the song and not make it annoying, but it works.
Yeah.
Just the constant cling of that guitar up against that drum beat. It's so good.
Yeah.
It jams. You know,
I also think that bass work on here is so good.
Oh yeah, well I mentioned that when I was doing the albums. Like Paul's bass playing from Sgt. Pepper's and onward pretty much is like unbelievably good, and I don't hear enough people mention it. People sometimes say it about Abbey Road, but it's so fucking fire.
Yeah,
on Pepper's.
It's so good. No, but I was gonna say that like I think that like the bass does a really good job of making it so that this track isn't annoying, but is actually really amazing.
That's true.
Yeah.
Peachy mentions the yikesy verse, and that is true. There is the thing about, like, I used to be cruel to my woman. I beat her and kept her apart from the things that she loved, but now I'm getting better. It's like, you know, does it feel a little yikesy to be listening to a song which is from the perspective of, like, somebody who's, like, becoming a better person after beating their wife? It's a little weird.
Yeah.
I think it works. I don't disagree that it's yikesy, but I totally think it works.
It's odd.
Yeah, it's odd to listen to.
Yeah.
But God, the song is so fucking good. But I think we agree on A. I wouldn't put it S. I don't think it's one of the top tracks on Pepper's, but it fucking it's great. Next we have Girl. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if this song is popular enough to warrant what I'm about to say, but I would actually consider S for Girl. I really would.
Okay. I'm
thinking about it.
I can see that. I would put it in A.
Mm-hmm.
But like I feel like the only reason why I wouldn't put in an S is because I kind of don't like the whole like Girl.
It's so funny because that's literally what makes it for me.
Really?
It's so interesting. It's such an interesting vocal performance. I feel that though. It's
definitely interesting.
That would like make or break it. But like the mood is so strong on this song.
That's
like
true.
It's
That's
so
true.
And it's like this is one of the things I love about Rubber Soul is how many like unique takes they put on the love song. That was like their thing at that time, you know? And it feels like they play around with the concept so much on this record. Like they'll have songs that they're just love songs, but they're presented from a perspective or an angle or a mood that you almost never hear. And that's what stands out to me about Rubber Soul. And to me, this is one of the strongest tracks in the album. Now, I will say if it is S, it would probably be the lowest S we're going to give, which is why I'm considering putting it in A. And there are tracks in Rubber Soul that are stronger. There's at least 2 that I think I'm giving S, like, no matter what. There's 3 that I'm giving S no matter what on Rubber Soul. So this one, since you're saying A, and we can always change it later, I'll go with A. I would put it very high, though.
Yeah. I wanted to say that, like, guitar work on that song is just so amazing.
It's so good. It's so good.
So amazing.
It's, everyone's saying A. You know what? I feel A. All right, next we have Glass Onion.
This is S for me.
This is S for you?
Yeah.
That's really interesting because I actually might say I
fucking love the bass work. Like the chugging and then like that coupled with like the guitar, like this rips so hard. This song rips so hard.
It does, and there's so many adventurous moments in it.
Yeah.
Like there's so many sounds they add into it. Or like the fucking ending. You know the ending where it goes into like that like the weird string section that leads into I think I have to agree with you.
But then there's also like in the middle of the song, like they like reference that string section, and stuff. Like, and it feels like it rips in the White Album type of way, like the early White Album type of way. But then it also like ventures off into like very Sgt. Peppery feels with like the string sections and stuff like that. And it like I just think that this song just goes so hard.
And another amazing thing about it are the self-referential lyrics. They like that where like they're constantly mentioning and referencing songs from their past. Or like the fucking joke line about how the walrus was Paul. I agree with you. I don't know if I was thinking it when I first saw it, but I think absolutely I would put it in S.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the best tracks on the White Album for sure.
Yeah. One of the best tracks that they have, I think.
I feel that. I really do feel that. That's really interesting. I feel that though. Okay. Golden Slumbers I put in S. I don't... So I just mentioned this, like, if I had to think, there might not be any other medley track that I could put in S on its own. Maybe one other one I could think of. But, like, Golden Slumbers to me is astonishing. I think that, like, Paul's vocal performance on this is the best in any song.
Oh my god, I love the raspiness.
Oh my god.
Whenever they do that shit in the Beatles, I eat that shit up. I eat that shit up every single time they use
that. Oh, Darling.
Yeah.
No, Paul's vocals on Abbey Road in general,
or even sometimes in White Album.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, John Lennon's voice is all about that, you know. But like Paul started to get it. No, it's Paul's best vocal performance. I think, honest to God, now while I agree with you, what you mentioned earlier about how it works better in the medley, every song in the medley does. So that's like a given.
Yeah.
But I think on its own, this still does totally work. And I know it does because it is famous. Like, it's a famous song on its own. People will cover it. People will sing it. Granted, it's famous often in part with those 3 songs, but sometimes on its own too. And for very good reason.
It's so climactic even whenever you're not listening to it in the album.
So are we agreeing on S? Or would you do
I would actually put it high A.
You'd put it in A.
Even though it sounds like I'm agreeing with you all the time.
I mean, obviously,
remember A.
Yeah, no. Obviously we are agreeing.
Like, no, like super amazing on its own, super amazing. I'm gonna give it high A though. I don't think I would go with the extra mile of putting it in S tier. Just looking at what we're like putting in S tiers.
I feel you.
Like comparing it to a lot of things in A tier and stuff like that.
We've got 3 S's. We've got 1 A. Would anybody else like to chime in on Golden Slumbers? S or A?
Well, I just wanted to say something that I absolutely love in Abbey Road is that they constantly like reference different parts of the album, to where it's like whenever, like in Golden Slumbers, like you get like the horn section from like "You Never Give Me Your Money" and stuff, and
that,
like that's just so
that's in Carry That Weight. No, that medley like pulls itself together in these last 3 tracks in a way which
that's in Carry.
Is unbelievable. It's in Carry That Weight.
You're right. You're right.
And then they reprise it.
You're right. You're right.
No, but yeah, like that medley.
It's very close together. That's why medley, I thought it was.
That medley is just unbelievably good. But that's the problem, though, is like when you're talking about each song, those things can't matter. You know what I mean? But like, I don't think it does in the case of Golden Slumbers. That this is one example in that medley where you can so easily pull this song out. This song is amazing. Like, they wrote an amazing song here.
Yeah.
We have so many S's in chat, like it's undeniable.
Yeah, just put it in S.
Okay. Next up, we have Good Day Sunshine. So this, to me, is the weakest track on Revolver.
I agree.
I would put it in B, because we have Dr. Robert in B, and I would put it in B regardless, I think. High, and by the way...
I think this might be the highest B that we have, for me at least. But yeah, I would for sure put it in B.
Okay, so we got B. I think it's a great track. I think it's quite funny. It's very clearly a little bit sarcastic.
Yeah.
And it's great. The verses are fucking lovely. I love the verses to death. The piano do 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 do.
No, like
so good.
Like I can't stress this enough. I love fucking whenever pianos feel like they're dancing.
Yeah.
I love that shit so much. Like do 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 do. Yeah, like
it's so good.
It's so amazing. Honestly, like, you know what? I'm gonna say A now.
For Good Day Sunshine.
You just mentioned the piano, and I'm just like, oh shit, that rings in my brain so nice.
That's so interesting. Okay, well then I guess we're consulting chat. What brings this track down for me is the chorus. That's the only thing. I think the hook's kind of weak.
Yeah.
Like and then
you know, it can be kind like. If I were to listen to this album over and over again, I could see myself getting slightly annoyed with this track.
Yeah.
Because it's like, good day, sunshine.
Yeah.
Even like, you know, it's just like...
You would get tired of it, and I think that there is absolutely an irony to it they were going for, that they did achieve. It works incredibly well in Revolver. Taken out, I still really like the song, but I think the biggest problem with the hook isn't even the vocal melody. I think it's the drumming. I think Ringo went a little too far. Because
you think so?
With each vocal part, Ringo hits a crash, and it's a little bit much for me. I don't think that was necessary. Like, that's just maybe my drummer ear, but I definitely would not have done that.
It's not something that sticks out to me that much.
We got a lot of B's here. Okay, everyone, I think we're doing B.
B, okay.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't stick out to me much either. I mean, it's fucking. I love that song. I love that song. Yep. Okay, next we have Good Morning, Good Morning. Now, I think a lot of people might view this as one of the weaker tracks on Sgt. Pepper's. To me, this is one of the best.
I agree with you.
And I would struggle not to put it in S here. I think this track is just chaotic in the best possible way.
Yeah.
It feels like everything is about to just explode in your face.
But it isn't.
And it doesn't. But it's like, you know, on paper, it's a fairly standard pop song for them with even some kind of weird wonky melodies.
Yeah.
But when in the performance, it sounds like it is about to fucking implode on itself. And it's crazy.
And
like,
drum work here is incredible.
Yes.
I absolutely love the drums in the track. And so is bass work.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely love the drums and the bass together, and like, you know, they're what makes it not explode.
Yeah.
But even at the same time, they're playing kind of weird. It's like a little odd,
mm-hmm.
And you know that's kind of just Sgt. Peppery. Sgt. Peppery's always just like slightly odd, I think.
Totally. I will say this though, the one thing that would make me consider not putting in an S is that I think that part of why the song works so impeccably well is because of its placement. And we're not considering that. When even like without that, do I think I would say the song is S? Still maybe. With that, like 100% it's S. Like with that, I think the placement going into the reprise and leading into A Day in the Life, it feels like the album has gotten to this like point where it's just about to burst. Yeah. And then they managed to resolve it.
Yeah.
On its own, I don't really know if you lose the effect of the song is the thing. And I'm thinking S for Good Morning, Good Morning.
You know, I totally feel you on that. I totally do, but I think I'm going to put it on A.
We're going to put it on A.
Okay, so that means it's up to chat then.
So, Angela, did you say A for Good Morning, Good Morning? You're saying A it. Emil's saying A. What does anybody else think about Good Morning, Good Morning? Everybody's saying A. I think we're doing A.
Okay.
I vibe with that fine. Like, I was debating anyway, but I just want to make it clear that I really do. This song, to me, is a highly special song for the Beatles, and I don't think a lot of people would agree with that, but like that's how I feel. Next up, we have Good Night. So this is another case where like placement is really, really, really affecting my judgment, because like this song on the White Album, Revolution 9 into Cry Baby Cry into Revolution 9 into Good Night, is astonishing. Like that is, when I think of the best conclusions to albums, that always pops in my head. I think that those three songs in combination, we can even take Cry Baby Cry out of it if we want, but like Good Night and Revolution 9, these two songs are paired in a way which brings out more from both of these tracks than they could ever have on their own. And even taking Revolution 9 out of it and just imagining Good Night on its own as a closer, it's already amazing. For a double album, it's so fitting for this song, this sleepy song, Wishing You to Sleep, because that album takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
And like, for a Beatles album especially, like you would never think of that as a Beatles album.
So many things, and there's so much that you're taking in, and it's long.
Yeah.
And then they finish it off with Good Night, which is nice. I like listening to that song because I feel like I'm being held.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm being held and like being told that like it's okay and stuff like that.
And already on its own, just you mentioning that, making me think about how the song makes me feel generally, I already feel like I have to go A at least.
Yeah, I feel like I'm putting this in A.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm feeling A on this one.
If we were talking about in terms of like the moment in the album or in the discography or something like that, like if I was allowing myself to consider that, I would give this S. I really would, because I think that like this is an amazing finale, like in a way that I think this was so fucking genius that they did this.
Yeah.
The song itself is already amazing. I think we're going with A.
Yeah.
But
I would put this in A.
Is this the best Ringo song? That's a thing that I'm trying to think.
This is a Ringo song.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Yeah, I don't think he wrote it, but like in terms of, he only wrote two songs in their entire career. But like, which great. But of like songs that Ringo sings, this is definitely top 3 at least. There's some really tough competition.
Octopus's Garden.
Yeah, Octopus's Garden, and that. Might put this just behind that, though, if I was really going.
I think I would put this above that, just because
Really?
I like the idea of me being held by Daddy Ringo.
I feel you.
Yeah, you know.
I think A. I'll go with A. That's cool. Next up, we've got to Get You Into My Life. I would put this in S.
I would put this in A. I think that it goes so hard, and I fucking love the horns, and I know that you love horns.
I love horns. This song appeals to me in that way.
And it goes so good, like, bass works so well, drums work so well, everything in this track just works so well, but I think that it's on, the weaker half of Revolver, I think.
This is top 3 for me.
On Revolver?
I think.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have to remember, like, yeah.
Yeah, well,
but they're also amazing.
Yeah, we need to stop doing that caveat because I think it's clear, but I almost can't help it because I feel so bad when I
do.
Like,
no, I feel the same way. I feel
so. I understand that. I can vibe with that opinion. It's not a big deal. I am not gonna budge on S though, so I need chat to help me out.
Okay.
Because like this is one of my favorite Beatles songs for sure.
Okay.
So chat, what are we doing for Got to Get You Into My Life?
S or A?
S or A? I mean, with the horns really are fucking amazing on this track. Like, and oh my god, and like when the verse starts and you have Paul's vocals come in and he sings a little bit and then you get the horns back him, it's going an S. Wow, we have a lot to go. All right, Happiness is a Warm Gun.
This song is so amazing. This song is and the solo in it. Oh my god, the solo in it.
This is an S tier.
I think so too.
Yeah, this is an S tier.
I think so too.
This is top 5 on the White Album.
Yeah.
With an album that amazing with 30 songs on it, I think
and
all
where
my top
it's
5
placed
should land.
as well.
Oh yeah,
because it's like kind of toward the middle, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's towards the middle of the first disc. Yeah. It's yeah. But anyway, it is so adventurous. Like, this song goes in like multiple different directions. They take it to completely different turns. It's so cohesive throughout all of that. And the finale of the track, the final leg of it, when they actually start singing the title, that is such a moment. Like, I think they did such a good job balancing mood section to section. Like, when this song opens, it's so mellow, it's so like brooding, and they bring that to the most joyous place by the end.
The song just goes somewhere that you would have never expected whenever you first like listen to it. And no, like, the solo is just so fucking amazing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah,
the solo is incredible.
That gets S. Hello Goodbye. Oh my god. I don't want to do this, but I've just been giving S after S, but I know I'm gonna stop eventually. We've been hitting a bunch of like really great songs for me.
I'm not the biggest fan of Magical Mystery Tour. I mean, like, I really like it. Really like it, but I feel like I like it less than most people do. Like, Hello Goodbye, I would probably place that in B.
See, I'm not the biggest Magical Mystery Tour fan out there. I do love that album, though. There are people who really vouch for this one, like this is their favorite Beatles album. And that's been something that I've never quite fully grasped, because I always felt like this album was a bit messy.
I feel that way too.
When it comes to the back half, though, where you get these singles that they threw on. But anyway, Hello Goodbye is a single. I have to really think here, because, I mean, like, I would put this, I put this in S tier. I'd absolutely put this in S tier. This is one of my favorites, so we're going with A.
Okay.
If we're going to B.
A.
And I'm fine with A, but I would absolutely put this in S tier. I think the song, it's not just that the core part of the song is so catchy and lovely and happy, and makes me so happy. That is already great enough. But the fucking outro is astonishing. Like, pure pop, when it comes to pure pop for the Beatles, this would be one of, if not like the best. When I'm just talking about like the pop aspect of the song, not necessarily the ambition, although the song is quite ambitious. Not necessarily that, not necessarily the Sonics, just the pure pop. I might say this is their best pop song they ever wrote.
It's also super iconic.
It is.
Like,
unfortunately, because you see it in commercials. I feel like that's why. But like,
that's true.
Which
that's
sucks.
That's also for like getting better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
Or you also have the Smash Mouth cover of Getting Better, which was used in
Cat in the Hat.
Mike Myers Cat in the Hat movie.
Anyway, Hello Goodbye in A. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But I would put it in S, and Travis would put it in B. Next, we have Help. Literally, for me, I feel like I'm getting hit with some of my favorite Beatles songs, like, period, right now.
This is one of your favorites?
Help is one of my favorite songs.
Interesting. I feel like I like this one about as much as I like A Hard Day's Night.
Okay, that vibes.
So, that means it's gonna be B tier for me.
I would debate between A and S. That's what I'm thinking right now. It's tough. I think that I will just say this off the bat: pre-Rubber Soul, this is their best song. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Pre-Rubber Soul, this is their best song, and like,
I think that Yesterday might be mine.
That would be up there.
Yeah, no, I think Yesterday.
That's fair too, and I think Help and Yesterday are like basically the top two. I think, and I think for most people they probably would be anyway. There's one other one that I would also put up there that's a bit of a sleeper hit in my opinion, but regardless. I'm trying to think if I would go A or S for Help, and I think I'd go A for Help. It would be high though. It would be close to S. I would go A. So if we're between A and B, we need chat.
Okay, so chat. It's up to you. A or B.
A or B for Help. And I know that I think John Lennon said this on an interview one time where he was like, one day like one day way later he came back to the song and saw the lyrics again and was reminded of where it actually came from, because when the song is so cheery, it's a Beatles song, it just doesn't really, the way they sing it, the words don't ring out as hard as they are. But this is a hit. This is like one of the most,
makes it even more freaky.
Yeah,
is the fact that it's kind of sang in like a happier way, because that's how early Beatles were.
It's there is a desperation to this song, which all right, we're going with A. I think we have 3 A's and 1 B's. I don't want to wait any longer. We'll go with A. And I want it there, so I'm not gonna complain. Next we have Helter Skelter. Stop doing this. Helter Skelter's S tier.
This song rips, but I'm gonna go A. I think it's A.
Oh, okay. Chat's gonna make this S. I'm pretty confident. Chat, is Helter Skelter S? This is top 5. Not White Album all time for me. Beatles. This is top 5.
Okay.
Like.
Oh yeah.
We're getting S. Literally, like this is the, like, a lot of people say the song invented heavy metal. Regardless of whether that is perfectly true or not, this song is insanely heavy for the time.
That's true.
And not just that,
that's
but
true.
It's not just that. Because that's, personally, I don't give that much of a shit about that. It is fucking dissonant. Like, the guitar work on here is dissonant as hell. And that, coupled with the chunky ass bass underneath it, is just one of the most fucking insane sounds they ever came up with.
And also the vocal performance is so amazing.
Yeah, and so intense.
And the backing vocals too as well. No, but like we were talking about this earlier, like the fucking raspy voice. I eat that shit up.
Yeah.
I eat that shit up.
No, this is Helter Skelter. I think it's between that or Dear Prudence, which one's my favorite White Album song, but it's one of those two. So I had no question going into that. But yeah, no. And also, like, they just do fucking weird shit all throughout that song. Like, they could have kept it straightforward and they didn't. Like, they threw in like crazy wailing echoes in there and like a weird fade out and fade. And they did so many crazy things in that track. Like, it's almost unbelievable. Yeah. I will go. Her Majesty would go in the D for me.
Yeah, I agree. So that was a bonus track, right?
A hidden track.
A hidden track.
Yeah, it's a hidden track.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of whatever, you know.
It was designed to actually be in the medley. And it was supposed to go between Mean Mr. Mustard and Polythene Pam. And if you actually place it there yourself, you'll see. Like, they didn't, you know how it like cuts out at the end?
Yeah.
That's because they just took it from there and were like, you know what, we're taking it out of the medley. And it just so happened that Mean Mr. Mustard goes incredibly well into Polythene Pam, which it does. Her Majesty breaks the flow so hard if you listen to it that way. So I'm very glad they did that. I think this song is fine. It's fine. It's like, I don't listen to it when I listen to Abbey Road anymore. I used to, but like, I see no point. There's like 30 seconds of silence you have to wade through just to hear it. Like, why would I do that? It's
for something that's just kind of like, eh.
Yeah, it's a coda. And you know what? If you do listen to it with Abbey Road, it doesn't hurt the album at all. No. It's just a coda. It's fine. But like, I don't particularly like the track.
Me neither. And I like ending it on the end.
Yeah, for sure. Then we have Here Comes the Sun, which is an S tier.
Yeah, S tier. That song's so bright and pretty feeling.
I just hit the mic. Yeah, no, it is. And the keyboards on Here Comes the Sun make it for me personally. I mean, even aside from that, this is like maybe the most tightly constructed song on any album they ever did, like in a way.
Well,
it's so tight.
And also like the guitar tone is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Of the acoustic guitar in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
it is.
Just like this entire song is like so beautifully produced and it sounds so good.
Yeah.
Like I listened to it and I don't think I would want them to change anything.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. It may be the most perfect song on a pure songwriting perspective. Like, this is not a note misplaced in this, not a section, and not even misplaced like in a good way. I just mean like, because plenty of songs you can do things with them, experiment, take them in interesting directions, and it can work. And we have tons of songs like that here. But if you're looking for like just that pure songwriting bliss, this is like peak performance, I think, from Beatles, maybe more so than any other track.
For sure.
Like, so I can't. Yeah. Here, There, and Everywhere for me would go in the A. Honestly, it's up there for me on this album.
A.
But because I love the track. It's fucking beautiful. It is up there for me in this album. It's at least top half for me. I always love this song. It works really well in this album because it's such a nice come down from what you get before. Like, you're hit with Eleanor Rigby, I'm Only Sleeping, and then Love You Too.
Yeah.
And it just feels like the album is going off the fucking walls with like experimentation. And then this song comes in and it's so nice. It's so pretty. It's so serene. And there's nothing out there about it. And it works so well where it is. Mm-hmm. And on its own, it's one of my favorite ballads that they ever wrote.
Yeah.
So I would go with an A.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I would put it in A as well. Now, Hey Bulldog, I don't remember.
Hey Bulldog's like the one that goes dun 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 dun, you know, and like running around with the bulldogs chasing them. You don't know the song?
I don't remember it enough in order to comfortably like say something about it.
Fair enough. I would put this in A.
I do kind of remember it though.
I would put this in A. And it's funny, so when it comes to the Yellow Submarine soundtrack, this is the only song there I think that even justifies the release of this as an album. So you have Yellow Submarine and All You Need Is Love placed on this album. They are already released. Then you get a couple of tracks. Now, some of the songs in the movie, I like them. I like them quite a bit. There are a couple of like George Harrison tracks that were scrapped. Some of the weirdest tunes the band ever did are put in this children's movie for whatever reason. But this song, I believe they made this song for the movie. I think this and All Together Now are the only two songs the Beatles like got together to record for the film. And this is one of their best rock tracks. This has one of their best riffs. This song goes fucking hard. Like, they killed it on this song, and I don't think they needed to by any stretch of the imagination, because as far as they were concerned, this was just some weird cartoon somebody was making. They didn't even know what it was.
Yeah.
But they went fucking hard on this track. I would absolutely put it in A tier for me. I mean, I'm not going to put it in an S, but if we were talking strictly about their songs, like how hard their songs rock, this would be an S tier for me. Because I think like they nailed that. They nailed that on Hey Bulldog. So that's where I would put that. Next we have Hey Jude.
Hey Jude, I know this one.
What the fuck is with the letter H right now? Like, literally. What is with the letter H? This has been the most fire stretch of tracks that we've had. This is an S tier. I mean, this is... I barely feel like that's debatable.
Do you?
I barely feel like that's debatable.
Do you? I would put it in A tier.
Okay. Maybe... I think this is like a top 5 song for them. I mean, like...
How many songs have you said that for? Hopefully you don't
Not
say
five.
Like, oh, top 5.
I've said top 5 in albums, but I've only said Helter Skelter and this. No, this is top 10, if I had to think. Whatever the case, point is... Like,
no, it's like listen, it's totally like super amazing.
Yeah.
I agree, but
the na-nas go on too long. They don't go on long enough. This is like, to me, like, it has, the first half of this song is already exceptional. That second half makes this into like one of the most iconic, amazing songs, sing-along songs too, like ever. I'm glad it didn't land on the White Album, even though it was recorded around that time, because I don't think it would have fit.
Me neither.
But it feels to me like maybe the best song they wrote during those sessions. Strictly in terms of like songwriting. There are songs I prefer from White Album to this, maybe 2 or 3, but it is peak performance in my opinion. So I guess we're going to chat for A or S. It's an S. Sold.
Give us your money now.
Okay. I accidentally moved the wrong thing. Great. Okay. Honey Don't.
I don't know this one.
So this is an E. I think this is probably the worst track on Beatles for Sale. One of the weakest Ringo songs. Kind of shit. Another cover, I think. I think it's a cover for Ringo. If it isn't a cover, then they wrote a bad song, but I'm pretty sure it's a cover. Kind of shit. I think E for that. Next, we have Hold Me Tight. I would put this in C. I think this song's okay. I can at least remember the melody quite strongly from this, which for a lot of these With the Beatles tracks, I'm even struggling to remember how it goes. Like, these songs are pretty forgettable, but I like this song. I'll put it in C. Then we have Honey Pie. This is not Wild Honey Pie. This is Honey Pie.
I fucking love this. I don't know what it is, but like the old, like, the old timey. How am I trying to describe this?
That no, you're saying it's supposed to sound like old timey radio. It's supposed to sound like a radio announcer from like the 20s. Or
yeah, I love that.
It is lovely.
For whatever reason, I fucking love that, and for Honey Pie, I would probably go A. I think that it's
I would go A.
Really awesome.
Well, I let you talk because you were saying things that I was literally just gonna say. Like, I think that they nailed the aesthetic of what they were going for here, and the song itself
it feels like they're gonna wear like a fucking top hat and have a cane, and they're just like swinging their cane down the stage while walking and singing the song, and like they'll occasionally stop and go like, dude.
Yeah, it's very vaudeville.
Like, vaudeville. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Like, and the song's great. Like, even aside from the extra stylistic choices they made, the song's great at its core.
Yeah.
And that just takes it the extra step. So I'm glad we agreed, because I agree with you. That belongs in A. Remember, that's Honey Pie, not Wild Honey Pie. There's 2 songs.
Yeah, I know.
I'm telling that for chat.
Oh, okay.
Next we have I Am the Walrus. I Am the Walrus is S tier.
That's S tier.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's just like, come on.
So I'm gonna stop saying things like top 5 and top 10, and I'll say it at the end. But I know that's in my top 5. That I'll say, like, I know that is in my top 5. And what's crazy about
I don't even know if that's in my top 10.
That's interesting, but it's S.
Yeah.
But like, this song is crazy. Like it's crazy, and it's like, it rocks. This song is a total jam. The drum part just fucking slams harder than most Beatles drum parts even do, and I feel like Ringo does a great job at getting like that really like head bobbing thing coming out of the drums, like the way he hits the kick, the way he hits the hi-hats, and they give like a really strong tiss sound. You know, he's so good at that, and this song like does it better than maybe any other ones I can even think of off the top of my head. And this song just goes off the rails. The bridge is crazy, all the extra sounds they add, and when the final third verse comes in and the strings pick up with it, it's just like, oh my god. And then like that finale where the song just builds and builds and builds, it's crazy.
And the lyrics are really fun.
They are.
They're
fun. It's fun to sing along to.
Yeah.
It is.
It means nothing.
It means nothing in the best way.
Yeah.
In the best way.
Yeah.
No, literally, this is one of my favorites. This is one of my absolute favorites. Is this my favorite song on Magical Mystery Tour? This album.
I think I like Strawberry Fields.
Yeah, this album has Strawberry Fields on it.
But
I think I like I Am the Walrus more. No, I do. I do.
Yeah, but like, I like Strawberry Fields more, but like literally, I don't think that like. Should I even say that?
Yeah,
because
so
like
close.
they're so close.
We'll see. Yeah, okay. I Call Your Name.
I don't know.
Is this the Hey Peach? You might know this. Is this the You Know My Name? Pick up the number? Is this that one? Because if this is that one, I'm giving it an F. Or is that a different one? Is that Call My Number? Yeah, there's like this B-side from Abbey Road. So I've heard this song so much. I don't know why. So there's this B-side from one of the Abbey Road singles. They play it all the time on this Beatles channel on the radio. And I used to just have that channel on whenever I'd switch CDs. And I felt like every time I did that, they played this stupid-ass song.
It was literally just to spite you.
It's literally so bad. It's like the worst joke track they ever recorded. And it isn't Peach? That's a different song? That's right. You Know My Name. Okay, so I don't actually know what that is. If we get to that Pick Up the Number song or whatever. I Don't Want to Spoil the Party. I would put this in the C. I think this is another good example of a Beatles for Sale track that's quite dark. Not one of my favorites from Beatles for Sale, but I think that I think it has pretty sad lyrics, pretty relatable. And I'll give it a C. I don't think it belongs in B with what we have in B, but I think it's a solid track. Next we have I Feel Fine. I'm in love with her and I feel this one I always forget most of it. I remember like one line from the song and I forget the rest of it. Which means I should probably put it in C. Like it has a solid part to it. I just can't remember most of the song. I feel like the song kind of leaves my mind. I I think it should be in C. I know that I like this song. I just feel like if I liked it enough to get it any higher than C, I would probably remember more of it. You know what I mean? Like, I know I enjoy the song when it's on, but that's all that I can say about it, so that's where it'll go.
Yeah.
Next we have I Me Mine from Let It Be. I would put this in... I feel like Harrison wrote an amazing minute of a song here. And then... So what they did was this song was literally unfinished, so they literally just copy and pasted it to make the whole song. So it just like repeats.
Oh.
And you know, you could listen to it and not realize that, even though it is just repeating. You could think it's supposed to be that way. But like
a lot of songs do repeat. So.
Yeah, but like I can't forgive that. And like it has a great melody. I still feel like Harrison wrote much better material around this time. I'm gonna put it in C. There's cool things about this track. I like the melody, cool lyrics. It could have been an amazing song if George actually finished it. That's what I feel about it. Like, it might have been amazing.
Okay.
But as it is, it's fine. I think it's a pretty good song. That's all I can say. Next, we have I Need You. You know, a lot of people like this track. I never did. There is this thing that George Harrison experimented with for this song and another song, the song Wait, which wound up on Rubber Soul. It's the volume pedal guitar. It sounds like shit. I'm sorry. I love George Harrison. He's a great guitarist. The volume pedal guitar sounds like fucking ass, and it bothers the shit out of me. So it's the one where it goes like the guitar like comes in like off beat. It's like, and in this song it's like like off the beat. And I'm trying to remember how it goes in Wait, but it's all over Wait too. It just sounds bad to me. I just can't vibe with it. I think that this song is amazing at the core. Like, I legitimately believe that. And then George Harrison like puked all over it with that shit. I just can't do it. I'm gonna put it in D. I just can't. Like, even melodically, what he's doing with the guitar is so good, but it sounds so awful. Like, maybe I'll have to show it to you after and see what you think. A lot of people do like this track, but I can't do it with this one. So I'm gonna have to put it in D. I don't think it's a bad song. Again, I feel like actually at its core, this song is fucking superb. Like, this might be one of the best songwriting songs on Help. But that fucking volume pedal guitar, it just sounds so bad. I don't mind it as much on Wait, but we'll get there. Anyway, we have I Saw Her Standing There, which I might put in A. You know, for all of Please Please Me. Do you know this song? I think you should pull it up and see if you know it. You might know it. For all of Please Please Me, I think this album's quite weak. But this song opens it, and it feels like you're being introduced to the band that will be the greatest band in the world. Maybe it's just in retrospect, but this song has this immediacy. It has this just instant appeal right out of the gate. And it has great melodies. It's fucking catchy as hell. And the performance the performance is so lively. You know that they believe in their own material immediately. Now, of course, I am talking about this in that way only because it opens the first album, and I'm not supposed to consider that. But I feel like even if I take it outside of that, I think this is a great, great, great song. If I didn't put it in A, I would put it in B. Like, I understand that when we're talking about the early tracks, this is up against Help and A Hard Day's Night. I don't think it's as good as Help. I think it might be as good as A Hard Day's Night. I think when I really think about it from that perspective, I'd have to put this in B.
I know this song. I think that this song plays to a lot of early Beatles strengths. And I think that it like I really like it. I really do. I think that I would probably place this in lower B tier.
Yeah. I think it would be high B for me, but it's B.
You think so?
The only early song we have in A right now is Help, and I don't think this is on that level.
No, definitely
so
not.
I'll put it in B. And I would have to debate if I even like it more than A Hard Day's Night, you know, so.
Yeah.
Next we have I Should Have Known Better. This is in the movie, but you might not remember it.
I'm gonna look it up.
This is a very solid track. Should have known better than it be. I'll put this in B. This is another highlight from that album for me. I would put this in B myself. Is there an S tier? Yeah.
Oh,
This is where we're at. Yeah, I would put it. It has a great vocal melody.
I would also put this in B. I like this. Yeah. I also really like the harmonica.
Yeah,
I love harmonicas.
Yeah, no, harmonicas are sick, and it's sick in this song.
God, it's so obvious I'm from the South.
Yeah. I wanna be your man, do 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 do. I wanna be your man, do 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 do. This is in C. That's a fun song. Yeah, that's a fun song. I would put it in C.
I wanna hold your hand. This
I have had such a complex history with this track. Like some days I'll go from thinking this song fucking sucks ass, because like I hate to say that, but I felt that before. And then like every now and again I'll listen to it and I'll be like, you know what? This kind of is one of the best songs they wrote in the early days. And I really don't know what I feel like. And I think because
I kind of like it. And I do totally feel you on that. Like, well, I haven't heard much of their stuff from their early days, but from what I have heard from their early days, and from what, like, you know, I've heard from other people in their early days, this might be one of their best from that time. But the thing is, I don't know how much I would vibe with early Beatles.
Yeah.
So I would probably put this in C.
I would put this in C. I think I have to, because I feel like my history with it has been so, like, I feel so differently about this song so often that I really think I should put it towards the middle.
Yeah.
I like the track. Like, I definitely don't hate it anymore or anything, and I definitely think it's a solid song. But I think I'm going to have to put it here. You know, it's a good hit. It's a good hit. It sums up their early sound. Like, it's famous. It's fine. But, like, that's all I can really say about that. Okay, next we have I Want to Tell You. One of my lessers on Revolver again.
Yeah, that's one of my lessers.
I would put it would either be in really fucking high B or like one of the lowest A's. So I'm debating that right now. I think
I would put it low B.
Okay.
I mean, no, I mean high B. Sorry, high B. You said low A. That's
so I feel like I know I like this more than Good Day Sunshine and Dr. Robert. Like those are the two we have in B right now. But I don't know if I like it so much more that I'd put it a tier above. There's a lot of like really like this song is amazing. Every song on this album is amazing. And there's a lot of details about this track that are really interesting.
Yeah, like the I think that the guitar is really interesting in this track.
The harmonies are the best across the album. And that's the one thing I'll give this song. When Harrison's voice doubles up with everybody, my head is filled with things to say, and it just like opens up.
And then the guitar comes back with the like the do 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 do.
Yeah.
Do do. Yeah.
It's impeccable. And the piano, the way it goes from the consonant piano sound generally and then switches into these dissonant chords, it's really interesting. I think, given what we have in A, I think I would put it in B. I think I'd put it in high B with what you're saying.
I think so too.
I think, but it's an amazing song. Next up, we have "I Want You, She's So Heavy," which is S tier.
Yeah, for sure, S tier.
I know one thing and one thing only that I can say about ranking these songs, and this is that "A Day in the Life" is my favorite, and this is my second. For like across all Beatles.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
This song is insane.
No, it totally is. It's so intense.
Yeah.
It's so intense, and like with like the wind sounding thing, like oh my god, it's
got this just primal desire to it, you know, like the most sexual rage of their career. And John wrote a couple songs like that. But this to me is the best because it does it. The vocal performance is so like intense. It's so intense. Like the passion that he sings these words with, like it's desperate, and it's like, and then you add that to the finale and the outro to this track, which just pours that all out in just this insane way. And oh my god, like, you know, Helter Skelter is heavy, but this is heavy. Like they really. And it's to the point where it's like whenever like I talk to somebody who hasn't heard much Beatles, I like to show them this song because it completely breaks their expectations of what they think the Beatles are. in a way like I don't know if any other tracks even do. I mean, maybe some of the psychedelic ones, but this song is just fucking insane. It's so insane.
Well, the thing is, like, people expect the psychedelic stuff from Beatles, I think, because like they hear that from even some of the more popular tracks. But I think that this breaks the expectation in a way that they wouldn't even be close to expecting.
Yeah,
because like, you know, being for the benefit of Mr. Kite, it's like, okay, I can kind of gather that from some of their other stuff that they've done that I have heard, like some of the hits that they might have heard. But like, I Want You, She's So Heavy, that's so different.
It's so
from a lot of their other stuff.
It's amazing. I mean, it's like and just I love that kind of half and half structure that it has. You get like that the blues rock track, the core of the song is already phenomenal enough, and I would probably already put that in S tier if you didn't tack on the fucking ending. But that just lifts it to a whole nother level. That's easy S tier. Next we have I Will. I would put this in B. If you want me to, I will. Do 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 do. It's a nice song. Yeah. It's great for closing out disc 1. It goes into Julia in just an amazing way.
Yeah, I really like B, and I also like the do do do. Yeah.
No, it's a great song. We put Blackbird in A, and if I'm putting Blackbird in A, I'm putting I Will in B.
Yeah. This is going in B.
But it's a great track. It's a great track. Then we have If I Fell. This is in the movie. Pull it up really quick if you can.
Okay.
This is one of my lessers from the soundtrack. I would put this in C personally. I do like the song. I don't have problems with it. I think it's a good song. I like the track. But for me, it has a great like vocal line. I like singing along with this song. It just, not as strong as some of the other ones. Not as strong as I Should Have Known Better. Not as strong as Money Can't Buy Me Love. That's my take for this one.
I would agree. Put that in C.
It has some good harmonies, though. I like when the harmonies come in. It's fine. If I Needed Someone. This is an amazing track.
It is.
I go A.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I put that in A.
But the guitar in here is unbelievably good. It's just like, and like the harmonies here, and Harrison fucking kills it. Like Harrison songs. This is a Harrison song. Am I wrong? Anybody tell me if I'm wrong? This is a Harrison song, right? I think it is. Anyway, Harrison songs are amazing. No, this song is so fucking good. This song is so fucking good. Hey, we're going with A. I don't know much else to say about it, honestly. This is one of those songs that speaks a little bit for itself.
I like how in this album in particular, in Rubber Soul, about how they got like a lot of that psychedelic feel with just how the guitars played, like about how like the guitar will like the way in which it shifts notes and stuff, how instead of like immediate shifts it's like slower.
And also just the key, the key of the harmonies. Like you think about that with another song we'll talk about, like Nowhere Man or something. It's druggy. The harmonies are druggy, but it's not like no effects, nothing crazy. I mean, there's a guitar effect here, but anyway. No, great track. I'll Be Back. I would give this a C. I don't remember it very well. I'm actually trying to remember how the song even goes. I just know that I like all the tracks on Hard Day's Night. But the fact that I'm not remembering this definitely isn't doing it many favors. Yeah, I'll put it there. Next we'll have I'll Cry Instead, which I would actually put in D. This would be my least favorite track on Hard Day's Night, which again, I don't dislike any of these songs. But I think this one just... There's a lot of older songs which have lyrics about crying over love or whatever, which come across so fucking corny. And like, I don't mind talking about crying in your lyrics or whatever, but there's just something about the way they rhyme that with other words, which is always so fucking goofy. And like, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but if you listen to like early Beatles or a lot of old, even like R&B music or soul songs, like sometimes these lyrics are just fucking cheesy. And this is a good example. The song's fine. I don't mind the song. I'll put it here. Next we have I'll Follow the Sun, which I will put in the B. This is one of the best songs on Beatles for Sale, if it isn't the best song on Beatles for Sale. And even people who don't like this album tend to say so. I think probably 8 Days a Week is better, but I guess we don't collectively agree on that, so it's lower. But I'll Follow the Sun is a more agreeable pick anyway. This is a lovely tune, great acoustic number, one of the best acoustic numbers they've ever done, especially in their early days. And I think that, it's a more mature track. And I feel like a lot of the songs that they wrote on Beatles for Sale are more mature tracks than generally. But I really like that song. We have I'll Get You, which unfortunately I don't know. Next we have I'm a Loser, which I'm going to put in B. I'm going to put it in B.
Damn. Who are they talking about?
They're talking about themselves. Got them. I think it's a John song. Anyway, this song's dark. Again, it's dark. It's pretty sad. It has a great early Beatles sound, but it doesn't go too far and sounding too happy. It appropriately suits the mood. I really like this track. I really like this track. So I'll put it in B. Next we have the I'm Down, which I actually have heard, but I don't remember it. Then we have I'm Happy Just to Dance With You, which I will put in the C. I think this is a fun song. I like the song. I don't think it belongs any higher than that. Now we have I'm Looking Through You. One of my favorites on Rubber Soul, but I won't go S. I will go A.
I'm going A as well.
Yeah. But I think that this song I think the song slaps.
And it's so iconic.
Mm-hmm.
And it has that early Beatles feel in all the right ways.
Yeah. And the guitar line, it's so good. It's so good.
Well, but it also has like keyboard in there as well, right?
And I'm Looking Through You. I'm looking through.
Yeah, no, whenever it does the guitar, thing.
I don't think so.
With the first two strikes, I thought that it had some keyboard in it.
No, that's just guitar.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just guitar. But I guess it goes to show how cool the guitar sounds. It sounds like that. So we're going with A.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going with A. Yeah, no, I feel that.
I'm only sleep. Oh my god.
I just put it in S. Oopsie.
I'm only sleeping.
That's
S tier for me. I love this song so. This is one of my favorites. I love this song so much. It literally feels like I don't want to get out of bed.
Yeah, it does.
Like just
totally
like
does.
sitting there staring at the ceiling, like in a really weird position, but it's like really comfortable.
And like it's woozy. It's like the song is woozy, and the guitar part is just fucking huge. I don't know what they did, but like the way it just like reverberates over everything.
Yeah,
this is an S tier.
Or it also feels like like how I would feel like going to school whenever I was like forced out of bed, just like looking out the window as like my mom drives.
Yeah, like, it's like, oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
that's an S tier. That's an S tier. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. That's one of the best tracks on the album, for sure. I mean, yeah. And I mean, like, again, I think that the core melody of this song too is so strong. It has such a strong melody. No, that's a great track. That's a fucking that's an S. Next we have I'm So Tired. Listen, this has always been the sleeper hit of the White Album for me because this song is incredible. I think the song is fucking incredible. I think the song is incredible. Like, John, there's so much pain in this track. There's so much pain. And then when the chorus comes around, like, he just fucking screams. It's insane.
Yeah.
I would struggle not to put this in S, and I know it would be a weird pick because I don't think a lot of people would do that. But holy fucking shit. Like, when it's like, and I call you, I know what you will do. That's like, it's fucking crazy. There's so much passion and intensity in this performance. This is one of my favorites on that album. If I didn't put it in S, it would be like the highest A. I couldn't put an A above this, so I'm gonna put it in S.
I would put it in A.
Doing A or S?
I would put it in A.
What are we going with for I'm So Tired, people? A or S? You said yes. Okay, so that's it's A tier.
A.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. That's fine.
A.
All right. Next we have In My Life. This is an S tier.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna oh, that's interesting.
Oh.
This to me is one of the I'm not gonna fight or anything, but this to me is one of the obvious. I couldn't not.
I'm gonna go with A here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with A.
Okay.
But it would be a high A. This song is just so amazing.
It's incredibly it's like the most nostalgic track they ever did, and it really conjures like a lot of images and memories to anybody's head. It has like this kind of scrapbook. I don't know, it makes me think of like a family scrapbook or something, just the sound of it. It has that like looking back into your past, looking over your life, all that kind of stuff, and it's beautiful. The harmonies are amazing.
Telling it in a very
the songwriting is amazing.
Telling it in a very theatrical way.
Are we getting S's or A's, guys? Is it an S or an A? Peachy says S plus, the best Beatles song. That's a good opinion. That's a straight up good opinion. Like I can't live with, if this is an A, I can't live with that. All right, yeah, I'm going with S for that. I think I do though think we've done a good job at keeping S slim, because it's hard, and we have a lot of songs in A right now that
we've been doing a good job.
I think we're doing a good job.
Considering how many songs I would put in S for Beatles.
There are songs that are in B right now I would put in S if I didn't have standards. I'm really. So it's actually quite a few songs in B I would put in S if I didn't have these standards. So we're trying really hard to be. Anyway, next up we have It Won't Be Long, which I'll put in C. I believe this is the opener to the album. It might not be. I can't remember. Anyway, it's okay. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. I think that With the Beatles has a very nicely consistent sound, which makes it a very easily listenable album. It also means a lot of these songs are kind of forgettable, and some of them are kind of boring. This one, I remember the opening to this track really well, and I don't remember much of the rest of it. And I feel that way about a lot of tracks on this album, but it's a good song. Next, we have It's All Too Much. This is the song that closes out Yellow Submarine into the end credits. You can pull it up. You may not honestly remember it too well because when the credits roll, you tend to stop paying attention. You know what I mean? But I think the song is awesome. I would put this in B. They throw so many fucking sounds into this. They pack this up so much. It's one of their most psychedelic tracks to me. And it has such a cool opening. And the way that Harrison's melodies just soar. No, I would fucking... No, you know what? I would give it an A. I'm not going to lie. I'll give it an A. I would put the song in A. This song is amazing to me. Harrison just floats over it, and they throw so many things in this amazing organ part.
I remember the song.
I think the song is insane. I mean, it's 6 minutes long, and it feels like it just keeps packing itself full of shit.
I also really like the intro,
to your it's
with the guitar, letting it ring out until you get a little bit of feedback.
It's crazy.
This song's really fucking rad. I would probably put this in B though.
That's fair.
I would put this in B.
Are we going with A or B for It's All Too Much, chat? All right, I guess we'll go with B. That's cool. That's fine.
If you aren't comfortable with answering, by the way, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Just be I don't know.
Next up, we have It's Only Love. I think this song is pretty lame. I'm going to put it in D.
It's Only Love.
It just doesn't really... Help is a really good album, but it's kind of inconsistent. I think it has some pretty weak tracks. The song's pretty middling. It's pretty dull. There's some good guitar parts in it, but it just doesn't really come together for me. Next we have I've Got a Feeling, which I would put in B. It's a lot like Don't Let Me Down. This song and Don't Let Me Down are really close to me in my head, and I think they were actually A and B side. I think Don't Let Me Down was an A side, and they put I've Got a Feeling on the B. But I've Got a Feeling is on the album, and Don't Let Me Down isn't. But anyway, no, this song's awesome. This song's really, really, really good. There's a lot of great moments, and the guitar playing is great. It's got that nice breezy rock feel that other songs around this time do. The wind through your hair, all that kind of stuff. It's just great. I can't put it any higher than B, but it's definitely one of the strongest tracks on Let It Be. Next we have I've Just Seen a Face. Lovely, lovely song. I will put it in B. This would be a pretty high B. I think the song also works really, really well coming before Yesterday on that album in a way that, I don't know, it just really works. Next up we have Julia.
Julia's nice, I think. It's nice. It's kind of dreamy a little bit with how it sounds.
Well, what's your tier?
I would give it C. I think it's nice.
See, because I could tell by what you were saying that I wouldn't put it super high. A would be the highest I'd be willing to go for this song.
I mean, A is pretty damn high.
It is high, but I don't know. I mean, part of it is because I think it closes out the first disc incredibly well, which is probably the best thing that it does.
But you have to remember.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But even as a song, there's a lot of amazing stuff about it. How he says half of what I say is meaningless, and he says it where it could be either meaningless or it's starting to mean less, lines like that. Julia. I would put this in B. So I think we have to consult chat. I would put it high in B, though. I really do like this track, but I don't think it belongs in A. What do we think for Julia? We got a B. All right. We're going with B then for Julia, I guess. Yeah.
Miklou fell asleep. Oh, shit.
Okay. Next we have Kansas City. This is a cover of Kansas City and also the song Hey 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 that they combined together. A lot of people don't like the covers on this album, but this is my favorite cover they ever did. I love this cover. I think it slaps. I mean, listening to like other recordings of the Kansas City song, the Beatles one isn't necessarily any better or worse. Like, I don't know that the Beatles necessarily turned it into a new song or anything, but it's really fucking fun. I would put it in B. I would put this in B. Okay. I think that this is my favorite cover they ever did. So I really, really enjoy the Kansas City Hey Hey Hey. And also combining the songs works really well. I think that's what they did to take it to the next level, was that the way they combined the songs, they made them feel like the same song. I almost can't separate them in my head now. I think it's a very, very interesting song. Welcome back, Miklu. Lady Madonna. I don't like the song. Have you ever heard it? You probably haven't. This was a single, and it was a #1 hit. And to this day, I think it's just because it was a Beatles song. People still like it, though. It has a good melody. It's like they have this catchy, like, dun 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 dun, and then they just do it over and over again, and it gets kind of annoying. This song doesn't take itself in good directions. Like, they do break it up with little things, but it just doesn't feel like a full song to me. This song feels underwritten. It feels incomplete. And like, this came around the White Album time, and they were writing so many amazing songs. This is just so far below that standard to me. Like, I don't dislike the song, but I think I gotta put it in D.
Okay.
Like, this one's kind of popular, but I just never got it. I understand it's catchy, but like, it just doesn't feel like a very full song. It doesn't feel very complete. Next up we have Let It Be. S tier.
Yeah, S tier. This song means a lot to me. It was my grandmother's favorite song. Mm-hmm. So, you know.
And you heard it a lot?
Yeah, I have a very special attachment to this one. No, the song is just lovely.
But it's a beautiful track.
Yeah, it's lovely.
It has perfect production. It's a perfect song. It's another example of a song I feel like the writing is just flawless.
Yeah.
The guitar solo is amazing. It comes at the perfect point in the song. The drums come in at the perfect point in the song.
Like it knew what it wanted to do and it did it.
Yeah. He went for this like a more gospel inspired song, and a lot of people do think when he says Mother Mary, he means Mother Mary, but he says this all the time. He means his mom.
Yeah.
But whatever the case, like, it has a religious feel to it. It has a church-like feel to it, but it is gorgeous. I mean, it's one of their best. It's one of their best tracks. I could not see it anywhere else but S. I really couldn't. So, next up we have Little Child. This goes in the D. Very boring. Next we have Long, Long, Long. Bit underrated in my opinion.
I like this one.
I would put this in A, I think.
I really like how the guitars feel here, and like, you know, whenever the drums come in, they're fucking incredible. Ugh. And like fucking like the harmonies and everything, like it's just, it feels so good. It feels like the come down from a long day. Yeah. Like it's just so lovely.
Also, the outro is fucking, it blows my mind. Like the section where the organ goes dissonant and like Harrison starts like moaning and the organ's like echoing out. It's fucking freaky.
Yeah.
But like the chorus song, you know, it's dressed up a lot to make it so good, because I feel like the song itself, songwriting wise, and this is not a complaint about the song as it is, songwriting wise, it's a little boring. I feel like they took that and harnessed the energy of that in a way where somehow it turned out so good. Like, it's a song that without any dressing, it's a little weak.
Yeah.
But like the way that it's brought together with the organ, the slow guitar work, the drumming, the outro, all that stuff took it to a completely higher plane. I would put it in A. I think this is.
I agree.
This is a stronger track on White Album for me.
I would put it in A.
Yeah. All right, now we have Long Tall Sally, which I have heard before, but I don't remember it. I would want to rank it in D, but I don't remember if I liked it or not. So I'm gonna put it in question marks. But I have heard this. It's on some of the U.S. albums. Now we have Love Me Do, which is a fucking banger. Okay, this is one of their best early tracks, I think. I would put this in B. You probably do. It has a great harmonica line.
Yes,
catchy
yes.
singing.
Where'd you put this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have moved it because you didn't give it. I put it in B. I need to not do that yet because you haven't agreed yet.
Shit.
But this is an incredibly catchy song. It's one of my favorites from the first album.
Yeah, no, I would put it in B.
Yeah.
That motherfucker's tight.
Yeah, it is.
That's just fucking awesome.
It is. Love, love me do. It's just catchy. It's catchy. It's fun. It's cute. It captures a lot of what's, I think, the positive qualities of Please Please Me specifically. Love You Too. So Love You Too. Jesus Christ. This is so hard. This is like the kind of song that like I totally want to put in S tier. I just feel like it doesn't belong with what I'm looking at in S tier. But I have always really, really loved Love You Too. The sitar on there and the drama of the song, the intensity of the desire there. I'll put it in A.
I'm gonna agree.
Yeah.
I really love You Too as well. But I've put
Yeah. No, I think it's but I think the song's super sick. This is a higher end Revolver track, I think, but I feel like I say that a lot. Anyway, we have a Lovely Rita. Okay. Here would be my opportunity to put a Sgt. Pepper song in B, and I'm going to do it. Which is, like, tough.
I would put it in S.
Really? Lovely Rita?
Lovely Rita is amazing.
Interesting.
I absolutely adore that track.
That's my...
But, again, pianos.
Right. That's true, and it has lovely piano. This is my least favorite track on that album, by like a tiny amount. I'm gonna hold with B because I'm gonna hold with B. So we're going with A for Lovely Rita, which is fine. I'm fine with that too.
Okay,
I think that works. But I mean, it's the piano tracks. The piano tracks get you. Piano tracks get you.
I mean, it's more than that.
A special type of piano playing. When they dance, literally, when the piano dances.
Oh my god, I can't. It's so good.
Now we have Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, which is an S tier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like
okay.
no doubt about it in my mind.
I was worried for a sec. Yeah, this is one of the tracks I don't even know if you can argue this. Like I feel like this is like just one of the best Beatles songs, like without question.
And so iconic.
Yeah.
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, like fuck yeah. Was it this one that was in the B movie, or was that a different song?
That was Here Comes the Sun.
That was Here Comes... Okay, yeah. That was in the B movie.
Which is also iconic, because it was in the B movie.
Yeah,
but
because it was in the B movie.
No, but I mean, like, yeah, I think the space and the psychedelia they build in this track is almost unparalleled in all their songs. It really is. And it's like the way the chorus bursts through. I think this might be their best hook. Yeah. It's so colorful, bright, and it just the way it pops out of the verses is just immense.
Yeah.
And the drumming, like that fill that Ringo does, the doom, doom, doom. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You know? Amazing.
It's like signaling that this is the part where the drugs kick in.
Yeah. And the hazy keyboards in the verses is beautiful. This is a fucking great track.
Yeah, no, this track's so amazing.
That's one of the best songs.
So absolutely amazing.
Next we have Maggie May, which goes in F. This is basically another interlude like Dig It. It's stupid, and I don't think it has a reason to exist. Now we have Magical Mystery Tour. So I will say...
I really like this song.
Do you?
I would put this in A.
I would put it in B.
There's something about the, like, theatrical, like, vibe that I really like a lot.
I do too. And I think it's a very good introduction to the world of Magical Mystery Tour. There are a lot of sounds across that album, and this is the one thing that I think they kind of lucked out on, because while the album is messy and while it wasn't constructed to be a full album, all the songs they were writing around that time and the singles have a lot of similar sounds in them. And it does give the album some degree of cohesion, and this song does a good job of introducing all of it. The horns, the little keyboard tones, the particular sound of the drums on this record. There's a lot about this song that it introduces. Not my favorite. I think the chorus is annoying. That's my only thing. Like everything else I love about this song, but the whole like roll up, that thing, it grates me a little bit.
I can see. No, that's fine.
They repeat it a lot.
I can get that.
Yeah, they repeat it a lot. So what are we going with between A and B for Magical Mystery Tour? So we're going with B.
Looks like
we're going with B. I'm cool with that. Yeah, not my favorite, but very strong song. Now we have Martha My Dear. Speaking of pianos dancing. A lot of dancing piano on this track. No, this song's awesome. Piano is fucking great. Melody's great. And the part when the drums kick in and the horns come in is one of my favorite parts of probably the entire White Album.
Yeah, but then also the fucking just I don't know. There's something like so that clicks so right with the lines of hold your head,
right,
you silly girl.
Oh, and then when the horns,
yeah, that's just so fucking amazing. I'll
go egg.
I agree.
Okay. No, killer track though. Killer track. Next we have Matchbox, which I know I've heard because it was on one of those albums. I don't fucking remember it. Maxwell's Silver Hammer, I would put in B.
I would also put it in B.
Okay. I think this, for me, of all of the core songs of Abbey Road, before you get to the medley, this would be the weakest in my opinion.
I think so too.
But on the flip side of that, this is an incredibly entertaining track. One of my favorite story songs that they do. It's funny. It's also kind of disturbing at the same time. It's the kind of funny where you're this feels really weird, but it's it's great. They do a great job of creating this weird, funny song and kind of fucked up song. And it's so cartoonish. The sound effects, the anvil, they literally hit an anvil. It shows it in the documentary because they were writing this around the time of Let It Be. But anyway, all that stuff comes together really, really well. It is a very entertaining song, and some of my favorite parts when after the chorus, when it's Silver Hammer, that section. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good parts across the song.
I think that the backing guitar is really fun.
Mm-hmm.
The guitar,
yeah,
the guitar's
in
the back
pretty good.
Stuff, yeah.
No, but anyway, it's a good song. It's I think by the standards of Abbey Road, I think that's where it misses. Mm-hmm. I think in every other way it doesn't at all. Mm-hmm. I just think that the album sets such an insanely high standard for itself, especially with the opening two tracks, that I think this one feels like a dip. It's probably the only part in that entire album that I think feels like a dip at all, and that's not even saying that much.
Yeah.
But I'll put it in B. Next up we have Mean Mr. Mustard. If we're pulling all the tracks out on their own, I think this is the weakest track, not counting Her Majesty. If we're pulling all the tracks out on their own. I think this song works really well where it is, but we don't get to count that.
I would put Polythene Pam below this.
Really, I prefer that. But, yeah. They work... Both of these songs, that and Polythene Pam, they both work because they get put together. And I think that taking that apart...
They do have a very similar feel.
Mm-hmm. And they're literally about... Mean Mr. Mustard is the brother of Polythene Pam. So it's and that works really well. God, I think this song should go in C. Because I'm thinking about it. I like the track more than a lot of those other tracks, but I also feel like that's only because it's in the medley. And not that the song is weak. These are all good songs. But God, can I say fairly that Mean Mr. Mustard on its own belongs with anything here? I can't. I really can't.
I would still put it B.
You would still put it B?
Yeah, I think so. I think I like that. I think I like this one more than Maxwell Silver Hammer even. I think that Maxwell Silver Hammer is probably my least favorite on the album.
Okay. I will just put it this way. If the medley was on here, just the medley, minus one of these, it would be S tier.
Yeah.
So but when I have to pull it apart, that makes me sound like I like it so much less. Mm-hmm. Because some of these tracks are a little bit underwritten by nature. They're literally part of a larger piece. So it's kind of like pulling a verse out of a song and saying, this isn't enough. Well, no shit. But
I feel like Abbey Road's the hardest album to do this to.
Yeah, because of the medley.
Yeah.
Before that, I think lots of individual songs to pull out.
I think that literally the thing that Mean Mr. puts Mean Mr. Mustard above a lot of above Polythene Pam and Maxwell Silver Hammer for me is whenever it goes dun 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 dun, it'll
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's true. The very ending of the track. Oh, no. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it doesn't throughout. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The chord changes. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So,
All right, so, folks, what are we thinking? It's a C. Well, I will definitely rank it maybe top C, or very close to that. No, I'd put a couple over it, but it would be close.
Okay.
Anyway, Now we have Michelle, one of my favorites on Rubber Soul. I will go with A for Michelle.
Yeah, for sure.
I will go with A for Michelle. Yeah.
This gives me very similar vibes to Honey Pie.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think of the same type of like dancing and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. And I love the French thrown in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it is a really lovely song.
This will make you. This song would make me have sex with every single one of the Beatles. Like legit.
If they played it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be like, I'm chilling, and then the French happens, and I'm like, holy shit.
No, I feel you. No, it's a great track. That I think A is absolutely correct for that. Next, we have Misery, which I will put in the E tier. Another one of these covers on Please Please Me that kind of blows. Then we have Money, That's What I Want. I will put this in the C. I think it's
because they're rockers.
One of my favorite tracks on with the Beatles. Definitely one of the more standout ones. It has a good piano line, piano riff, but again, not necessarily an amazing song. Then we have Mother Nature's Son. So... Oh, God.
I have to jog my memory.
Born a poor old country boy.
Yeah, that's it.
Mother Nature. This song goes through a lot of really nice changes all throughout. It's a very pleasant song, very breezy track.
Yeah.
I will put it in.
I like the guitar work.
Yeah.
A lot.
There's a lot of great moments in it. It's a really great song. It's a really fucking great song. I feel like I'm going to have to put it in B though, because I don't know if I can justify an A for this one. But it's a great track. I don't think I can justify an A.
I would put it in B as well. Okay. I would put it in B.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Then we have Mr. Moonlight. I would put this in the D. I think this is quite average. A lot of people say this is their worst track. I've heard that a lot. I don't agree with that. But it's definitely not a cover that suited them very well. And I think John sings fine. The song's a bit garish. It's not great. Then we have No Reply. This goes in the A tier for me. I'm going to put it in the A. And,
okay.
And it sucks to do that without getting your input, but you haven't heard the song. But this song is incredible. I almost feel like part of the reason I like Beatles for Sale so much is because of how good of a song this is. Like, this opens the album and it's the most dark and dramatic and stark song they'd ever written up to this point, and I almost hear no one ever mention it. But it is completely beyond their capabilities up to this point. There is no song like this before this in the discography, and I feel like it's really special. I really love this song. If I have to put we only have one early song in the A. No, we have two. We have Help in this. I'm fine with that. If that's all it is, that's fine. I think that's justified. But I think there's probably one more that I can think of that'll definitely go in. Anyway, and I have another one I'd like to go in. Anyway, we have Norwegian Wood, S tier.
Norwegian Wood, ST. I would put it in A.
Really?
Yeah, I would put it in
This
A.
is my favorite song on Rubber Soul.
My favorite song on Rubber Soul. We haven't even gotten there yet.
Okay. But this is my favorite song on Rubber Soul.
I feel that. It's really good, but I don't think that I would put it in S.
I think the sitar line is perfect. I think the lyrics, the story is incredible. This is a great example of them taking a different play on the kind of songs they tended to write. This is like a relationship where he is so fucking bored. He will do anything to just sit around and get out of it, and he burns her house down. But it's like,
damn.
The melody line is amazing. The sitar is amazing. This song is one of the best tracks they ever did, I think. I think it's mature. I think it's astonishing. What are we going with for Norwegian Wood? We have an S, we have an S, we have an A. Okay, we're doing it. It's S.
It sounds so odd.
It is. It's a really strange word, but it's cool. It has a cool ring to it. All right. Yeah. Okay. Next, we have Not a Second Time. That will get a D. Very boring. Next, we have Nowhere Man.
A.
God, I'm thinking S.
No, S. You know what?
Yeah,
S. This is gotta go S.
Yeah. We've been giving a lot of S's lately, but this song is impeccable. This song is fucking impeccable. It is impeccable. I think like these were the three tracks I was thinking from Rubber Soul need to be an S, and I'm glad
some of their best usage of backing vocals too.
Oh yeah, and the harmonies are so good. This song, very and again very meaningful lyrics. I think the lyrics in Rubber Soul really took this a huge step above what they'd done before, and this song is another example. But it's it does a great job even sonically of portraying that kind of aimless place to place kind of feeling that they're getting about this person who they're describing or whatever. It just has a very open, breezy, and I don't know how to describe it, like a sound of traveling a little bit.
Yeah.
It's I don't think it could be anywhere else. I think that's one of the best songs they ever did. Obla Di Obla Da. So I'm not a fan of the song at all. I've never enjoyed it.
So
well, you go first.
How are we doing the E and F?
So E and F are the bad songs. It's basically just a matter of how bad. Like
how? Yeah. That's what I'm asking.
For F, I've basically put like these songs are the worst Beatles songs in my opinion. And E, I've been going like I think these songs are whack. But like that's kind of the distinction I've been making between these two.
I would put Obla Di Obla Da on F. The song fucking annoys me.
Yeah, like
I get so fucking annoyed by the song.
It's amazing because this is like the biggest example of where like taking placement out of account hurts the song, because I think this song is fucking god awful. Like I really think this song is horrendous. I think that there's like on its own, I don't even know if there's any positive.
It literally
attributes.
Feels like a fucking Wiggles song.
It's yeah, but like not even fun. It's and I think that on the White Album, as well as its placement on the White Album, for whatever fucking reason, I find it really enjoyable. And I think that it does a great service to the record. It's so nice to have... The album throws so many ideas at the wall, I don't necessarily mind that one of them didn't land. Because I think from that perspective, the song is definitely... They're trying something different here. It is just a pop song, but it's a different kind. And I can... It's just like outside of that angle. It does wonders for the album it's on, but this song is fucking terrible. Like, it's so bad.
It is.
If they put, like, I don't know if this was a single, but if they put this out as a single and I heard it, I would have thought they fell off.
It's a pop. People like this.
I know, people love it.
It's
It's very popular. I just can't do it with this one. It is
the thing. It's so weird for me, from like people to like listen to so many of the other Beatles like hits or like singles or whatever, and then go like, oh yeah, and then Obla Di Obla Da, like adding that on top of it, and go like, oh yeah, I fucking rock out to Obla Di Obla Da.
It just feels like every element's misplaced. Like the bass alongside the piano sounds bad. Like it's like, I don't know.
I'll still play it whenever listening to the album as well.
F. I think it literally works on the album. Like I literally think it's good on the album. I don't even mind it when I'm listening to the album. It's gotten to the point where if I put this album on, I don't hear this song and think this sucks. But if I listen to it in literally any other situation,
if I listen to it on the album, it's like I'll just be like,
like this one's
It's just like
I don't know. I think I'm past that.
But I think it provides a nice break in all of that.
Yeah, it's really funny. This remains the only song on any album that I've ever given a 10 to. This is the only song on any of those albums that I just outwardly think is bad. I don't have any other example of that. This is the only one.
Yeah.
And I think an F's justified. I'm gonna go with an F. I think I'm gonna go with an F. So then we have Octopus's Garden, which oh god,
I would put that in A.
I think I would too. Like, I really, really love this song, is the thing, and to the point where if I had it in my S tier, I don't feel like it. I wouldn't think it's misplaced. But I think I have to agree with what the standard we've set for S. I think I'd have to agree with A. I will say though, they did an incredible job in every single aspect of this song. Like
it feels so underwater.
Yeah, exactly.
Like with the backing vocals with whatever effects they use there, but like even then like the harmonies and like the backing vocal, like everything
and the guitar
about
part,
the vocals there is like really cool.
Yeah,
and the guitar part.
No, and this is a legitimately great song Ringo wrote. Like you don't have to even dress it up with all those effects. I actually think it's a really entertaining song. Mm-hmm. It's a great track. I mean, I'll put it in A. I'll put it in A, but it'll be high. Next up is Oh Darling. I'd put it in an S. I would go S for Oh Darling. Because to me, this is one of Paul's strongest vocal performances. This is one of his strongest songs.
S as well.
Yeah. Like when this song comes on Abbey Road, I can't not like immediately start shouting along with it. It's literally so fucking good. Just the opening to the track immediately. The verses in here are amazing. The backing vocals in this song are amazing. I can't think of a thing about it that I don't think is like exceptional, like even for the standards of a Beatles song.
Yeah.
I think S. Yeah, I think I got to go with S for that.
For sure.
Amazing track. Amazing track. Next up we have Old Brown Shoe, which I will put in the D. This is
giving it the D.
This is a random B-side. It's a Harrison track. It's pretty lame. Then we have One After 909, which I will put in the D. It is, again, quite lame. I don't think it belongs in E, but it's quite lame. Then we have Only a Northern Song, which I would put in B. I would put this in B. So this is the song in the movie Yellow Submarine. You can pull it up real quick. This is the song in the movie where like it's all their heads in cubes and their heads are spinning around and opening up. I think this is a great track. It's a very strange track. They throw a lot of crazy effects into this one. This is why I think that really carries it. I don't know that the song itself was that great, but with all the psychedelia that they add on top of it, I think it really adds a lot. I really enjoy the track. I wouldn't put it in A, but I would go with a B for it. It has a good melody too. It's catchy. I mean, you know, I can see why they scrapped it.
I would give this a B.
Okay, yeah. So we're on that board with that. I think I can see why they would have scrapped this before and just used it for the movie, but I think it's a good song.
It's also not produced the best.
No, it isn't. Paperback Writer. I might put an A. That is a fucking great track. I think you should pull it up and see. It's a big hit. Paperback Writer is fucking awesome. I think it's absolutely belongs in A. Actually, I have no doubt about it.
I always think that I know less Beatles songs than I actually do, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. No, Paperback Writer rocks really hard for like an earlier sounding track. The harmonies are amazing, and the story that it tells is just so unique. Why did they decide to tell a story about a paperback writer? It's just so odd. But they were in this place where they'd write about whatever the fuck they wanted. I think the song rips. I think the song is incredibly entertaining.
I've never heard this before.
You've never heard it before? Okay, then I'll just put it in A. I think it belongs in A. One of my favorite single only tracks from them, I think, for sure. Yeah. Next up we have Penny Lane. I would put it in A right off the bat.
I would put it in shit.
This Penny Lane Strawberry Fields Forever
I'll
double
put it
A side.
In B.
Okay. A or B for Penny Lane? I think that the double A side.
It's gonna be low B because I was thinking C.
Really?
Beforehand. Yeah,
really?
I said before that I'm not the biggest fan of Magical Mystery Tour.
I mean, really, this is more like, I mean, it is on Musical Mystery Tour, but this is basically a Sgt. Pepper track. It's a Sgt. Pepper track that didn't end up on Sgt. Pepper. Same thing with Strawberry Fields. This was a double A side with Strawberry Fields, and because they released it as a single, they decided not to put it on Peppers, but it was going to be on Peppers. Anyway, no, I think the song's amazing. He paints a great picture of his hometown. The horns are fantastic. There's a ton of great things about it, and the chorus just lights up my soul. Is it one of their absolute best songs? Maybe, but I don't think I wouldn't put it in S. So are we going with an A or S for Penny Lane? Can we if you
A
are
or B?
It's an A. I think it belongs there. I think for a lot of people this would be an S. I mean even I might be going a little bit lower with it because I don't know that it's there for me, but it's a very special song. Next up we have Piggies.
I would probably put this one in B.
Yeah. I agree with that. I really do like the song.
Yeah,
I think the harpsichord is fun. It's an incredibly biting track and one of the most angry tracks they ever did. But it like in a package where it doesn't really sound like it.
Yeah,
quite funny.
It feels like a fairy tale they're telling like a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, it's a good song. It's a very good song. I agree with B though. I wouldn't put any eye on that. Next up we have Please Mr. Postman. Another song they probably just shouldn't have covered. I mean, first of all, the original version of this song is so great. Like one of the most iconic tracks from the 60s and 50s. I don't know why the Beatles did this. I don't think their cover is really that good. It's fine. They play the song fine. I think it belongs in D though. I mean, just imagine Please Mr. Postman, but with the Beatles singing it. That's what it is. Next we have Please Please Me. You know, this was a big hit for them. This is considered one of the most essential early tracks, but I really never cared for it, and I still to this day don't think it's that good. I think the melodies aren't that strong. I think the chorus just is kind of weird. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just something about saying like "please me," which just makes me feel gross, and like it's not like because the song's kind of about like giving each other head, which like I'm all for, but it just doesn't. It doesn't really work. I don't think it works. I don't think it works.
I haven't heard this.
You haven't
before.
heard it?
It's about giving each other head?
Pretty much.
Like bros?
No. No, not like bros. No, not like bros.
Give me head.
But I can appreciate it. But anyway, I would go with D. I don't like it very much. It's not a bad song.
It's fucking funny.
Next up we have Polythene Pam, which personally, I guess we're gonna disagree on this because personally I really love it. Would I take it out? If I took it out on its own, would I put it any higher than a B? No. So I'll put it in B.
Polythene Pam.
Yeah. I always thought this song.
No, I'll put it in B.
Okay.
I'll put it in B. I agree with putting it in B. I think we just agreed as to which ones we liked more.
Sure. I think that this is another odd thing for me because I feel like in the context of the medley, this is one of my favorite moments. I feel like when me and Mr. Mustard transitions into Polythene Pam, you get that like da-na-na-na, like that's so sick. It's one of my favorite parts of the entire medley. But like the entire song, like is this song on its own any higher than a B? I don't think so. So I think that's fine. Next up we have P.S. I Love You. Cute track, I'll put it in the C. Next up we have, what is this? Oh, Rain. Oh shit. That will go in B, but I would consider A for that. That is a fucking fantastic B-side. I forget what it was the B-side for, but Ringo's drumming on that song is very interesting. He plays like intentionally offbeat, like just by a tiny amount, and it creates this incredibly interesting sound. I'm not gonna say it's one of my favorite tracks, and I don't go back to it a lot, but I think B. I think absolutely it should be in B. Next up we have Real Love, which is another one of those songs they released after the Beatles, like well after the Beatles broke up. I think people like this one too. Again, I just have never listened to it. Now we have Revolution 1. It's really funny. The single version of Revolution used to always be my favorite version, but I think over time, I think I came around to preferring Revolution 1. The slow, bluesy sound of this one, I think honestly kind of works even better than the hard rock original. They're both fantastic. I'll probably put them in the same tier. I would put this in A.
That one's.
I would put it in A.
I would put it in A as well. No, I always loved the slow, like bluesy type feel.
Mm-hmm. It's
and the backing vocals as well.
Yeah. No. This one, I think over time, I think I've come around. I think I like this one more. But anyway, the original one's coming up soon, and I'm gonna put it in pretty much the same tier. Oh, right. Sorry, I have to put this here. Revolution 9. I've got, I always enjoyed this track. I feel like with time, this has stood out to me only more and more. And I'm going to say something that might be insane, but I think I'm going to put this in S.
Really?
I think that it's, originally my take was that I thought it was cool, but I thought it was really because it was up against Goodnight that made it so good. That was, I think, what I used to think about this track. But honest to God, even before I was into the Beatles, I found this one of the most interesting pieces of music I'd ever listened to. And even after having heard, like, legitimate sound collage pieces, this is an incredible fucking sound collage. Like, the editing of the sounds here is unbelievably good, and that was not easy to do, and
it was like analog shit.
Yeah, it was all analog. The way the tapes like flow into each other and edit, and the way that this piece goes through various different moods and intensities and levels of fear, because this shit's fucking scary. There are moments in this song that every time I hear it, it freaks me out.
Yeah,
there's like that moment where like all of a sudden there's this like doom 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 on the bass, and people are like shouting in one ear and shouting in the other. It fucks with me.
Yeah,
but like there's so many great moments all throughout it, like, and it's so memorable. I remember different parts. It's quotable. There's lines all across it. Of course, you have the number 9 thing, but even just the like, take this, brother, may it serve you well thing and stuff.
Yeah.
Like all throughout the song, it shifts so much. It's one of these tracks that I think a lot of people turn their minds off to pretty much instantly. Beatles fans hold this in very low regard, which I've always been surprised by. I can understand. I don't know how much experimental music they're into, but like, because while the Beatles experimented within their own sound, this is way left field for them. And I think a lot of Beatles fans just aren't accustomed to this kind of thing, or they hear it and they tune out so fast because it isn't really a song like the other ones and it's so long. If you really sit down and pay attention to Revolution 9, I think this track is astonishing. I think it's gone from being a song that I like appreciated in the album to being like actually I think it's one of the best things they ever did. So I will go with S for this.
So I'm probably gonna go A, and I agree with you. Like, there's so much cool shit going on here, and it's like really like astonishing what they were able to do with it. But the thing is, like, this isn't something that I would like personally like go and like select out and be like, I want to listen to this. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't think that I feel that on its own it's like that. I think that it's like really cool in the context of the album, especially being right before Good Night.
Yeah.
Because that's just
which takes it the next level for sure.
Yeah, and that's so fucking cool. And this is really awesome. So I think I'm gonna give this an A as opposed to an S.
Well, we've got a D from Peachy, so that's an A. An S from Superman, then an A. So A is winning right now. What do we think, guys? S or A? Okay, we're going with A. I mean, even that's going to be considered a hot take. Like, really, if it's just like the Beatles fandom coming and watching my video, they're going to expect this to be an F. They're going to be surprised that it's anywhere over like F. And I just don't, well, no, I'm sorry. I get that. I think it's very close-minded, the way that I hear people like talk about why it's bad. They never really describe how it's bad as a sound collage. It's a sound collage that was bad, basically. They just like literally don't really
it's a sound
get
collage.
What they were going for. And I think like if you listen to it like you listen to any other Beatles song, of course it doesn't stack up because it's not doing the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
it isn't as accessible.
I think an A is fine. Okay, then we have Revolution. I put Revolution 1 in A. I'm going to put Revolution in A as well. I don't know if you know the single version. It's one of their hardest tracks, I think, like guitar-wise. The guitar tone is quite grating and intense. It is a very, very
I don't think I've heard this song before.
It's great. It's the Revolution 1 is basically just another version of this. I think they're almost equivalent. I might prefer the Revolution 1 now, but this one is fucking sick. It was the B-side to Hey Jude. It's really good. Next up, we have Rock and Roll Music. This is a Chuck Berry cover. It definitely doesn't stack up to the Chuck Berry original, and I will put it in the D. Next, we have Rocky Raccoon, which I would... S. I would go with A. But that's a valid S.
I mean, like, obviously, like, it's super Southern feeling.
Right. It does have well, that's interesting. It's a Wild West song. It's
but
interesting
it feels kind of Southern.
Maybe, I don't know. I hear the saloon thing he's going for when I hear it, but maybe that's just
for sure. Okay, yeah, you know for what I mean? Sure.
Which I mean, I think it's sick.
Yeah.
It has the dancing piano at that one part of the song.
Yeah.
Which the dancing piano. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Hey.
I love the story. I think that the lyrics are amazing. I think S is incredibly justified here. I will go with an A. So we'll let chat decide. Chat, what are we doing for Rocky Raccoon, S or A? But no, this song is amazing.
Yeah.
Are we going with S or A for this one, y'all? Come on. Okay, Rocky Raccoon goes in A. I would put, you know what, when we rank, I'll put this one pretty high, though. I really will. I don't know if it would be one of my highest here, but it wouldn't. I don't know. We'll see. Then we have Rollover Beethoven. I would put this in the C. As far as the two Chuck Berry covers they did, I think this one's better. Probably rather listen to Chuck Berry, but, I like that one. Run for Your Life, I would put in the B.
I agree.
I really like the tune. I think it's messed up.
And it is messed up.
And I feel like it's debatable whether it's super fucking yikesy or whether I'm supposed to take it as a character piece, which I'm almost certain I am. But I think the song is really good. I think it rocks. I think it's really good. I
personally really like the nasally vocals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I feel you. Me too. Yeah. No, me too. Yeah, from John. Yeah, that's great. I think it's really great. I think that, this is one where actually the placement of it on the album actually hurts the song. So forgetting about the placement makes it better. Because I feel like as the closer to Rubber Soul, it feels like there should be another song or something. It just doesn't really do anything as far as that perspective goes. But like, as a song, I really enjoy it. I think it's very strong. So I'll go with that. Then we have Savoy Truffle. Oh my god.
This one's an S from me.
Really? It rips. I will say,
fucking rips.
And I will say something in the horns, by the way. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I will say something, by the way, that on my albums tier list, somebody commented like, how could you put White Album in S when it has stuff like Savoy Truffle on it?
What the fuck?
And I was like, literally, you just justified why I put it in my S. I'll go A with this one. I think we should let chat decide, but I feel you. I hear that completely. This song does rock. And the horns. I love the fucking horns. That's a great song. What do we got for this one? What are we saying? Please repost your opinion.
I enjoy a lot of songs because I always think of how people were to dance to it, and I think that the dancing in this one is like very interesting.
Maybe.
And it gives me.
We got S's. Wow, S and S. Okay. What else we got?
S. Holy shit!
Wow, I actually was not expecting that. That's listen. That's fine. That's fine. I've always really enjoyed this one, so that's fine. That's totally fine. All right, S.
And the addition of
I'm kind of surprised. That's interesting. You know, I will be honest. It looks a little out of place in these S's, but I think it's justified though. Like with the songs it's around. This and Glass Onion, I feel like are the two that aren't necessarily obvious. Oh, and Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite. Those are the ones I think people might be iffy on for S's, but I think they work. I think all these work. Anyway, then we have Sexy Sadie.
This is S.
Really?
Yeah.
I would go A.
I just love how
it is fantastic,
atmospheric it feels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the piano part with the guitar.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah.
And it. You know, I will say this though. Ever since this has nothing to do with the song, I just want to point out that people pointed out that this sounds like a fucking Karma Police. And literally every time I listen to this, I just think of Karma Police because it literally sounds exactly. I mean, of course, this came way before it, so if anything, Karma Police sounds like Sexy Sadie. But anyway, we've got an S.
But I also
we've got an A.
I love the vocals coming from it.
Yeah,
so
that's
much.
true. That's true.
Like
and made a fool of everyone. You know, that's great. So we got an S and an A. So we're going with S or A, guys. At that point, I would have to think where would you put it in the S's? Because like for me. In the A's, I would put it in the mid of the A's. I think probably towards the middle of the A's, if not
mine
lower.
Is toward. Ooh, that you see, this is that's hard.
It is tough.
Question.
It has insane competition.
It's so for sure an S. Sure. But where would I put it? Probably top 4th of the list. Probably.
The top quarter.
Yeah, in the top quarter of the list.
I think we'll put it in S then. And
it would be like a lower one.
It'd be an O lower S, yeah. I think that's fine. That's cool. This is, look how much fucking shit we have in here. All right, next up
Beatles.
Is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band Reprise, the reprise. So, God, I mean,
this rips.
It does rip, and the drums sound amazing on this track. Like that's what I always noticed about this. I think it's just because of the tambourine they added or whatever. But God, they sound so good on this one. The guitar part is fucking amazing. The only reason I wouldn't put this in S is just because it's a reprise. But like, I kind of want to.
I would put it in A.
Yeah, I think I will too. But like at the same time, purely enjoyment factor wise. Although I will admit this is partially because of the placement coming after Good Morning, which enhances it a lot. But purely enjoyment-wise, this really fucking rocks.
Yeah.
And
it worked. Its placement on the album is perfect.
It's amazing. Coming before A Day in the Life, it is the perfect setup. Yeah. It enhances A Day in the Life. It is, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go with A. I think A for this is fine.
And we have Sgt. Pepper's next.
Yeah.
Which I want to put in S.
I'm going to put it in S.
And I just wanted to say in this album, oh my God. I mean, not in this album, in this track. It's just like, it's such a perfect opener.
Yeah.
It's so perfect. And like, oh my God. I sometimes I'll just like, put this album on after I finish an album if I know I'm not gonna have to like drive for much longer just because I want to listen to the song. That makes sense.
And it It's very hard to separate, I think, from With a Little Help from My Friends also, because I feel like these two tracks together in particular is really, I think, what makes the opening so amazing.
It's so climactic, it's so theatrical,
Yeah.
it's so awesome feeling.
But even just the song alone, the guitar part is amazing, the horns are fucking amazing, the vocal part is one of my favorites of any other songs. It's catchy. It immediately grabs you as soon as those crowd sounds come up and the drums come in. It's just instant.
Fucking the beginning like guitar part. Even you're just like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so hype. I agree with the S so hard. That is not a hard call for me. She came in through the bathroom window. I would put
this A.
I would put okay. We're down with that.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the strongest individual songs in the medley. Like I think this one holds up really well on its own.
The guitar in this is so nice.
Yeah, it is.
It's so cool.
And the vocal part. I mean the vocal melody here, which I mean like that's kind of a given. There's very few vocal melodies that they wrote that weren't fucking awesome. That was like kind of their strength from the very beginning. But this is one of the stronger ones, I think. Very, very good song. I don't think S. I think A is good. I think we agree with A. Yeah. Then we have She Loves You.
Is that She Loves You?
Yeah.
I
enjoy it. I definitely don't think it's one of the strongest of the early tunes. I would put it in C.
I would put it in D.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of don't like it that much.
Okay.
It kind of annoys me a little bit.
That's the biggest flaw.
It annoys me.
The chorus, I think the verses are fantastic. I think the chorus is good the first time you hear it. But it kind of...
You mentioned... Okay.
I would say C or D for this one. I mean, I'm going to go with the C. So you're going D. You think?
I'll put it C.
You'll put it in C? Okay.
I'll put it C. I enjoy it occasionally. The chorus is annoying.
It's a little annoying.
But the verses are... They go pretty hard.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's exactly how I feel about it. They have a couple of songs like that every now and again where I feel like the verses are like really good and then the hook's a little bit weak. Then we have She Said, She Said. Oh my God. Okay. S. S. The drumming in this song is fucking amazing. It's probably no, A Day in the
let's go S.
I think A Day in the Life is Ringo's best performance, but I think this is second. Yeah, I will go that far. I think that his drumming in the song is fucking insane. The guitar this is one of the most psychedelic tracks on the record too, in my opinion. Like it really just has this atmosphere to it. And the weird ass fucking bridge in this song always gets me. It kind of surprises me every time.
Yeah.
When I switch into the bridge. It's so out of place, but in the perfect way. It's like a surprise and a welcome one.
Yeah, for sure.
Very, very unique song. I think that's one of the best tracks on Revolver, I think.
I feel that.
Next up we have She's a Woman, which I have heard, don't remember. Then we have She's Leaving Home. I would put it in A for She's Leaving Home. I love the story. I love the string arrangement. I think
I'm gonna put that at S because I feel like it's interesting because I went from like giving barely any S's to now like bam bam bam.
Yeah.
Like no that's not on purpose. I like this wasn't planned.
Yeah.
No, but She's Leaving Home. That I feel like that I relate to the story it's telling like so much. And it makes me like with like moving and everything. It makes me feel kind of bad for my parents whenever I do listen to the
It makes
sound.
you feel bad for your parents. Period. It just like makes you like be like, oh shit. I think that I have no complaints. This is a song from Sgt. Pepper's. I'm not going to complain about anything. I wouldn't put it in S. I don't know if I would say...
It's just so theatrical and climactic, and it hits straight at your heart because it feels like these people are speaking straight from their heart.
Yeah,
you know what I
totally.
mean? And that's what I love about so many of these theatrical feeling pieces is it feels like this is something that they want everyone to hear. And it's so profound because of that.
I feel everything you're saying, and you're making me reconsider, but I'm gonna stick with A.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick with a high A. But what are we doing, chat? We have S S S. Okay, well, I guess okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because like this song's fucking amazing. This song is absolutely fucking amazing. So that's fine. If we want to do S, that's fine. I guess we're doing S. That's fine. I don't know what the hell this next song is. I've never even seen it before.
Oh my god, I'm gonna feel so bad for dropping these S's I'm about to drop.
Okay, let's see. This is Slow Down. I don't even know if I've ever heard that.
Slow Down.
Something is an S.
That's an S, yeah.
There are days where I feel like this is kind of the best song they ever made. Like, A Day in the Life is like just a standard I don't really know if you can live up to, but at the same time...
But like, there's something so amazing with like the kind of like mellowness of this track, if that makes any sense. And like the guitar work and everything, it's so silent but so profound and like complex. And like there's so many interesting things going on in this like really like mellow feeling track.
I think this is one of the most beautiful love songs like ever written because it's so pure. It's so pure. There's so little.
It feels like a very like soft, like super soft and in-depth analysis of like another person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, totally.
And it's so profound,
almost like a spiritual kind of understanding.
Yeah,
and also, I think it's this song, the guitar part, the lead guitar part here, the soft verses, everything. This song is already like I think one of the best tunes. I think what ends up making it even, I think what carries it even further is the fucking bridge on this song. That you're asking me, will my love grow? That part, I kind of feel like that's the best individual song section in their career. I kind of feel like it is so glorious.
I said mellow, I meant the mellow part.
Yeah, no, totally.
And then it builds up to that, and it's so profound.
That song. It's
fucking awesome.
That song hits.
That shit's awesome.
Next we have Strawberry Fields Forever.
It's so amazing.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
And I feel I feel this so hard, like like living is easy with eyes closed. It's just like,
understanding all you. I would put it in A. I feel bad about that actually, because this is like really, I feel like one of their most adventurous tracks they ever did, and I think the coolest thing about this song is how
it feels so heartfelt.
Yeah,
it feels so heartfelt.
But what's awesome is that it's already a great song, and then they use psychedelia to transform it into something completely different. Like each verse here sounds different than the last with the same melody. They bring new elements in, change the sound, and that's always been very interesting to me. And also the outro to this song is fucking crazy. Like when the fade out comes in and then it fades back in with some of the weirdest fucking sounds like you've ever heard. That shit's so cool. I don't know that this has ever been one of my absolute top faves like it is for a lot of people, so I will say A. I'm gonna let chat decide, but it's gonna get S if I let them decide, and that's fine. I think that's totally justified.
This is like totally like one of the best things they've ever done.
Yeah, in so many ways.
Yeah.
Okay, chat, what do we think? Strawberry Fields Forever, A or S?
S.
We got an S. We got S. This is gonna, it's gonna get an S. That's fine, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to be honest. But no, the song is amazing. And as a double A side, take it out of the context of Magical Mystery Tour for a second. As a double A side with this and Penny Lane, I think they did an amazing thing with that, because John got to write about like somewhere he used to live and things he remembers from his childhood, and Paul writes about his. And both songs are so unique from their perspectives. Like Penny Lane is a song you could only really get from Paul. Strawberry Fields is a song you could only really get from John.
Yeah.
These songs are impeccable together.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that when they sequenced the album, they kept them side to side like that. That was very smart. Then we have Sun King. One of the weaker parts of the medley for me. Even like as far as the medley's flow goes, I think it works great.
It
works great.
I love this song.
I do too.
Like this song,
but I wouldn't put it that high.
This song is so adventurous, and like it feels so kind of overwhelming. In a very weird sense. It's like very calm, but at the same time very overwhelming with that.
That's true. Well, the melodies, or not the melodies, the harmonies that come in. Well, not even just the harmony. I don't even know if there is a harmony, but just like the way the vocals float over it. And then I take back what I said. This is not one of the weakest parts of the medley. Here's what I was trying to say. when you take the full medley into context, right, the entire medley itself, I think this is one of the weaker moments in it. In the same way that Polythene Pam is kind of one of the highlight moments in it, but taken out of the medley, it's one of the weaker tracks. Maybe. Sun King was kind of the opposite, where I feel like, I mean, not to say that it hinders the medley literally in any way, but if I think this song works quite well on its own. It's quite... It sets a scene, you know? Mm-hmm. They use, like, the sounds of, like, the swamp in the background, which just really set a mood and a vibe that it maintains. I would go A, I think.
I would go A as well.
Yeah, I would go A. I would probably put it on the lower end of the A's, but I think that this song is pretty beautiful. And it's also just, yeah, it's visual, you know? Mm-hmm. It really sets a scene. Taxman, oh my god. Oh, fuck. So...
I would put this in...
I mean, I don't know that I can put it below S. I
would put it in an A.
Okay, you know what? I agree. I would put it really fucking high in the A, though.
Yeah, yeah.
The guitar solo in this song is one of their best.
Yeah.
That's what I will say. And this song really fucking jams. No, that song is absolutely sick. It is one of the best openers.
That's true.
Of all time. But for a Beatles song, I kind of agree it probably wouldn't place S. But I would put it close. I would put it close. Tell Me What You See. I would put this in the D. Tell Me Why. I would put in the... I think this is from the movie. You might want to listen. You might not remember this one. This one's pretty forgettable. I would put it in the D, actually. No, I'd put it in the C.
Giving it the D.
No, Tell Me What You See, I'd also put in the C, actually, remembering that now. I'd put both of these in C, I think. Tell Me Why is okay. It's fun. I wouldn't say it's as average as some of the other ones I have in the D. Yeah. I think I'm sticking with that.
I would put this in D. I remember this. I would put this in D.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now we have to make a call.
I don't like this one very much.
Now I have to make a call. D or C for Tell Me Why, people. Do you even remember? But I think I do. I like the track. I wouldn't want to say that I don't like the track at all.
I just like... Well, it's just that I just kind of don't feel anything while listening.
Yeah, it's a little bit... It's very generic,
yeah,
I think, for their early stuff.
It's very generic.
It feels very generic early Beatles. We've got a D. Okay. We'll do D. That's fine. Next up, we have Thank You Girl, which... oh, I know this song. It's okay. Where would I put this? I'll give it a C. I'll give it a C. The Ballad of John and Yoko, I would put in the B tier, for sure. I think the song is very good. It's really straightforward, especially for this point in their career, and it does feel a little bit underwritten, and that I don't necessarily think this is a really highly ambitious song in any way, but it is very entertaining and very memorable. And I'll put it in B. I think that's probably pretty low B, honestly, but it's a good song. Good song. Continuing Story of Bungalow Bill, I would put in the B.
I would put it in A.
Okay.
I really like this song, and I really like the what is it, like the Spanish like plucking in the beginning. Mm-hmm. It feels like it's telling like a really like Western story.
Yeah, for sure. I love all the extra vocals they add into it.
Yeah, I think like even like the drifting that you feel whenever they're singing, and then they have like the guitar, like the guitar, like the acoustic guitar following with
yeah.
With like, okay,
I know what you're saying. I don't know how to finish the statement for you, but I know what you're saying.
I'm having a hard time explaining this, but yeah. I really like this song.
No, it is a very good song. I think I can't give it A because I feel like the hook is a little weak, and I feel like this song's verses are like amazing.
Yeah.
I think the hook is weak. That's my only opinion. It's not like I don't like the hook, but it breaks it up in a way I almost would prefer it not even being there in a way. So I would have to go with a B. So are we sticking A, B, and we going between that?
A, B.
Okay. Are we going with an A or a B for Bungalow Bill? A or B?
It looks like people are
They're going with B. Here. Yeah, okay. I agree with that. But it would be high B for me. But yeah. Next we have The End. I I would put it in S. I think, even on its own.
Yeah, this rips. I would put it in S.
I would. Yeah, this fucking rips. No, it rips. It is the completely perfect conclusion to the Beatles' career.
Yeah.
It is one of the best closers ever, but just like for a swan song, you know, it's like this is the pinnacle.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Like I like looking at this as like what was supposed to be the end of the Beatles.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, ending it on a statement as like, and in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. Like, oh, that's just so perfect.
And it says so much about them and what
and
they
like
did
everybody has their shining moment in that song.
Yeah, exactly, totally. You know, like even Ringo's kind of shitty drum solo fucking rocks. Like,
yeah,
like literally, there's nothing. And I really do think even like with the medley in context, it's even better.
Yeah,
but I think even literally even on its own, I'd still put it among these songs. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, even if I just turned it on right now, I'd still feel like it's as good as some of the songs we have.
For sure.
So that's definitely going there. The Fool on the Hill.
I would put this in A.
I would go with B, but that's valid.
I really like how floaty this song can feel and stuff.
Yeah, and I love the part where the slow horn section, that dun 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 bum 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 bum. That's one of the coolest parts of the album. Yeah, I'm not gonna put it in A. I wouldn't go as far as to say A, so we'll have to consult chat. Are we going with A or B for Fool on the Hill? Okay, B. Even if anyone else posts, it's B. All right, I would put it pretty high in the B though. Next up, we have The Long and Winding Road. I would go A. I would go A for this one. I suggest you pull it up real quick and listen to the very beginning. I think you might know it. If you don't, that's fine, but I would expect you to know it. Yeah, I'll show it to Travis after. I will. The You Know My Name song. It's so bad. It's so bad. I would go A for this. I think this is an incredible track. I wouldn't put it in the S's though, but I really fucking like this song. And I think Phil Spector did a
I know this one.
You know it?
I know this one. I would give this an A.
Yeah. I think it's one of Paul's just most meaningful, beautiful songs. I think that this is again why I think Phil Spector did such a good job, because like you have the piano part and then the dun 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 dun. It's so good. I think this, yeah. What do we got next? The Night Before.
The Night Before.
Treat me like you did the night before. I'd put this in B, actually. I really like this track. What did I just do? What is it? Stop it. Please stop. Did I put this in C? I did, right?
What?
Thank You Girl? Or did I put it in nothing?
I think
I put it in C.
I think you put
it
in C.
I think I did. All right, Night Before. I'm going to put that in B. Next up, we have The Word.
The Word, this is an S for me.
Really?
I fucking love this song so much. The verses rip so hard.
I would go B for this one. I mean, it's groovy as fuck. That's definitely true. And the vocal part here is fantastic.
This song rips so fucking hard. I love this song so much.
That's interesting.
This is amazing.
We'll have to go with an A then. Go A for that.
Okay, A.
Which I find it to be agreeable. No, that song does rock. Very groovy during that shit. Ugh.
And the word is love.
The word is sex. There's a place.
The word is
I would put There's a Place in D. It's fine. Things We Said Today, I would put in D.
Think for yourself. That's also S.
Ooh, I would go A for that.
Like I just love the fucking like it feels like the guitar is like taking you for a ride the entire time. It feels like you're riding on top of like fucking Aladdin's magic carpet or some shit. Like I love that song.
It has a really good guitar tone too. Very like it sounds like a horn, like a honking horn, almost like a car horn. Or something.
It's like a little blary, a little fuzzy.
Yeah. So what are we going with, guys? For Think for Yourself, A or S? And you have to repeat if you already posted. Please post again. I think an S is definitely justified for it. I wouldn't go there, but I think that's justified. I would be okay with that if we put it in S. Nobody's posting, so it's between an A and an S. Where would you put it in your S's?
Lower S.
And I would put it lower A.
So
I think it has to go A.
Yeah, like top third A maybe.
Which I'm fine with too. Okay. Next up we have This Boy. Actually quite a good song. I would put this in the C.
Sorry. This boy.
This boy. I would put it in a C. It's a good song, actually. It's pretty good. It's not one of my favorites, though. But it has good harmonies. Next, we have Ticket to Ride. Jesus Christ.
Hi, Simple Walk.
What is up? Now. We're hanging out. You just woke up again, Miklu? Nice.
Ticket to Ride.
Ticket to Ride. Do you know the song?
Yeah.
A.
B. I would go B. Because I think of it as
she's got
a bit lower than A Hard Day's Night.
Interesting. I would definitely put it above. I think that I'm going A. What do we got, chat? Ticket to Ride, A or B?
Yeah.
We've got A's for Ticket to Ride. Okay. I agree with A. I think it definitely belongs in A. One of the best tracks from pre-Rubber Soul. By the way, when I say early Beatles, I usually mean before Rubber Soul. That's usually what I'm talking about. So it's not just
that's what I mean too.
Yeah, so it's not just like the earliest songs. It's really like, I think honestly, early is more like Please Please Me to Hard Day's Night, and then you have mid, which is like Beatles for Sale to Rubber Soul, and then you have late, which is everything after that. That's kind of really, I think, what it sounds like when you go through the discography. But when I say early, I mean pre-Rubber Soul.
Everything before Rubber Soul kind of sounds the same to me.
I think
a little bit
but
that's just probably just because I haven't listened.
You would need to listen to the albums because.
But I do kind of feel like the first album does sound quite different than the rest.
It does.
I've noticed.
Help is very mixed between sounding like Rubber Soul and sounding like earlier stuff.
Okay. So it's like early to mid.
Beatles for Sale, same thing, honestly. Beatles for Sale is like a combination of both. Anyway, now we've got Till There Was You, which I would put in the D tier. It's quite boring. Next up, we've got Tomorrow Never Knows, S tier. Yeah, fucking, oh my god.
That song's so incredible.
It's still unbelievable to me to this day, and I think like even with as adventurous and interesting as Revolver can get, this song still feels like it's ahead of the curve, even like, in that album.
Like literally, it's like it feels like it's taking me for an acid trip.
Yeah, 100%.
And like the horns and that are so fucking amazing. And just everything about it.
And the backwards guitar solo.
That's true. Oh my god.
No, it is one of the most forward-thinking tracks in their career. It still sounds fresh to this day. It really does. It doesn't sound like many other psych tracks from the 60s at all. No. It's really ahead of the curve. Next up, Twist and Shout. I would put this in the B.
I would put it in... I would put it in B too. It kind of rips.
Yeah, I think it's one of their best covers. I think John fucking killed it on this. Like,
yeah.
He sounds like it sounds like he's ripping out his own throat when he sings it. It's really fun. Really, really good song. I would say
it makes me do the twist.
I would say lower B for sure, but like this is one of their best covers, one of their best early tracks.
It's just so weird listening to this song and then like knowing that like the twist dance was in mind, because that dance is so fucking lame.
Yeah.
Like you just go like
It was cool back then, okay? It was cool.
And it's also cool whenever it happened in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. Right. That's right. I forgot about that.
And then, other than that, it just seems lame.
Next up, we have Two of Us, which I really, really love, but I'm going to have to put it in B because of our standards. I would say Two of Us definitely belongs in the B. Two of Us is a really lovely song. Very nice, very mellow, very relaxing, very good singing between Paul and John on this one, though. I really like the track. I could consider an A for it even, but you know what? I'm going to go with a high B. Every time I think about whether I'm going to put it in A or not, I have to think about, do I like this song more than A Hard Day's Night? Like, that's literally been my standard from the beginning, and I feel like I don't like this one more than that. Next up, we have Wait.
I would put that in B.
This is, I feel like, kind of unquestionably the worst song on the album. I would put the Closer as the worst.
Really? Yeah.
I think Wait and What Goes On is the low light here for sure.
I like Wait and What Goes On quite a bit.
I like them too, but I would say they're the weakest. For me, Wait goes in C.
Okay, they're bottom. They're bottom half for me. So yeah.
Wait has the volume pedal guitar that I hate so much, and I Need You. I don't particularly like it on this song either, but it's a lot better. It doesn't bother me. I just think the song's not really that strong. What are we doing for Wait, guys? Are we going with C or B for Wait? It's a B.
Okay, B.
Okay, that's fine. I think it's a good track. I think we need to keep this low on B, though, when you look at what we have here.
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I have songs...
At least, okay, I would put it at, like, midway point at most.
I literally have, like, quite a few songs in here that, like, I would give a 10. Like, on its own. So it's like, I need to be thought, because this to me is not a very strong song, but you know, whatever, chat decides. Next up, we have We Can Work It Out. I really fucking like this song. I kind of wish
I know this one? Would I know it?
Give it a chance. See if you do, but maybe not. I think that this song should have been on Rubber Soul. I really wish that it was. I think they should not have put What Goes On or Wait on that album. They should have taken picked one of them to cut it and put We Can Work It Out instead. Because I think this song totally belongs. But God, it is a fucking great song.
I don't know.
You don't know it?
No.
I think, here's my thing about it. Paul's section of the song is not incredible. John's bridge of this song is some of the best, like one of my favorite sections of any other tracks, to be honest. It's so good. So with that balance, I'm going to put it in B. I think this is a really great track. I think maybe it could have possibly been better. This is a really fucking good song, though. I would put it pretty high. Next up, we have What Goes On, which again, I would put this in C.
I would put it in B.
Okay, so we got to go B or C again, guys. What are we doing for What Goes On? I just think this song's kind of sloppy. It's a little sloppy. Like it just.
I kind of like that about it, though.
Okay.
Like I like how it feels lazy and kind of like laid back and like it's like country-ish.
No, I feel you. I like that too. I just like, again, I like the song. There's no song on Rubber Soul that I don't like. It's a good song. I just think, yeah, it's a little bit sloppy. We've got a C. Okay, I think we're going with C for this one. Next up, we have What You're Doing, which I would put in the D. Quite boring. Next, we have When I Get Home, which I would also put in the D. Next, we have When I'm 64, which I would consider S for. I have always adored this track. I think it's fucking lovely.
I would put A.
Okay. So it's
I think that would be low A for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I love this track. I think
like it's really great. And I really like
the question marks means that I don't remember the song or I've never heard it.
Yeah.
Most of those in there I've heard like at least once, but I just don't want to rank them because anyway, what were you saying?
And pretty much if they've never heard it, I've never heard it.
Yeah.
So I forgot what I was gonna say.
Somebody said A, somebody said S for When I'm 64.
So do you have anything about it to say?
Well, yeah, like I think like the instrumentation they picked for it is beautiful. I think this song is incredibly sweet. I think it's one of their sweetest love songs and like an incredibly unique love song as well. And one that I don't know if I've ever heard any other song be about this ever before. Like growing old with somebody in this way. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. And like, and he wrote, by the way, Paul wrote this when he was like a teenager. Like this is an old song when they made it, which is pretty fucking insane.
I remember watching that in like a recent an interview that came out like not that long ago, like a couple years ago, where they went to like his old house and he talked about that.
It's really crazy. But we've got 2 S's and an A. Does anybody else like to chime in on whether they would give When I'm 64 an A or an S?
I don't think it's something that's in a lot of love songs because it's kind of scary to think about.
No, we have AS, AS. Yeah, it is scary to think about. But this song makes it sound sweet. That's the thing.
It is.
It's really AS and AS. Anyone else? We got a tiebreaker? We'll do A. We'll do high A when we rank. All right. The ranking won't be perfect, by the way. We're going to try to do it kind of quickly, so some things won't be perfect, but we'll do our best.
Yeah, because we could literally sit here for hours.
Yeah. We've got While My Guitar Gently Weeps. This is an S tier.
Yeah, that's an S tier.
This is one of the greatest songs ever fucking made ever. It is beyond the Beatles even. Like, it's one of... I mean, already they have so many of those songs that I would say are some of the greatest songs ever written, but this song in particular is really, really, really fucking incredible. And,
Hey, Dawn.
What?
If Simple Waka gave you 40 bits, would you sing Helter Skelter?
How much is 40 bits?
40 cents.
40 cents for me to sing Helter Skelter? I mean, I need at least $1 to sing Helter Skelter. But I'll sing it if you give me $1. $1 to sing Helter Skelter? I don't have a very good singing voice, but, you know, if you want to hear it. Anyway, yes, that's S tier. Do you have anything to say about this? I will say, like, by the way, the piano line, like, this song, like, start to finish is insane. Like, the intro with the piano, the dun 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 dun, dun is crazy.
Yeah.
This song is so it's so dramatic. It's so dramatic. More than, like, more than anything else on this album.
Yeah.
On the White Album. It really stands
and
out.
It's so profound whenever it happens.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have our Why Don't We Do It in the Road. Listen, I really enjoy this track. It's very
I really
fun.
like it too. Listen, it's stupid. It's a little stupid.
It's very stupid.
But I think it kind of goes hard.
Time to sing it? All right, fine.
50 bits.
How much do I have to sing of it? I guess like the chorus.
Yeah, you have to give it oomph. You have to give it power.
Do I?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, how does it start? Wait, I'm trying to think. When I get to the bottom, I go back to the top of the slide. Then I turn for something and I go for a ride. When I get to the bottom, let me see you again. Are you satisfied with that?
This is like if John Lennon were really awkward. If John Lennon were really awkward, that's what the song would sound like that. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Give it power.
Oh shit. Oh, hey.
Helter Skelter. I gotta do the guitar to remind myself what happens. Helter Skelter. It's pretty good. You loved it? I'm glad you loved it. Anyway, we were ranking Why Don't We Do It in the Road. So
I would personally, I find myself listening to this individually
I'd put it in
because I love the power with like the vocals and everything.
Yeah, and also just honestly the core piano parts kind of
it's so fun to listen to.
Yeah, it really is. I would give it a B.
I would give it.
I feel like A isn't really justified.
I would give it a B.
I feel like A is not really justified. It's too much of a joke track, but it is very entertaining. I will say it's another song in the context of the White Album. I think it's enhanced even more, but it's fun. It's legitimately fun. Wild Honey Pie. I used to think this was terrible, but I just don't anymore. I think it's kind of cool. I would go see. I would go see.
I would go see as well.
Yeah, like it's kind of intentionally bad, but it sounds kind of neat. Mm-hmm. It's fine. It's like an interlude. It's fine. I would put it above D because I kind of enjoy listening to it. But
me too.
Next up, we have With a Little Help from My Friends, which is an S tier.
Yeah, that's an S.
Yeah, but it's okay. I think, especially paired with Sgt. Pepper's, but I mean, both these songs work fine, like absolutely fine on their own. Like, no, this to me is one of the greatest pop songs of all time. Whenever people ask that question, this comes to head. Like, should I say this is literally the best pop song ever written? And it really might be. Like, it has beautiful lyrics. It has an amazing sound. It has such an airy atmosphere to it, and the melody is just unreal. Like, it is really, and the bridge is, oh my god. Like, when the harmonies come in, oh my god.
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing hook. One of their best choruses of all time, I think. And really, really, such a sing-along track. You just cannot not sing along to it or have a smile on your face or something. It's so good. So there's...
Yeah, for sure.
That's an S. Within You Without You is an S.
Yeah, I agree.
This has always been one of the highlights of Peppers to me. It really, really, really... This is a really fucking amazing track. Like, every single element of this just comes together so impeccably well. And I think that, like, Harrison's lyrics on here are really some of the best that I think he's ever penned. It's very, very powerful stuff that he writes on this track.
Yeah.
And this going all in with the Indian classical music here was like such a good decision, because they kept like hinting towards that album to album using sitar, and here it's just all in on that, nothing else. They don't really mesh it with rock like at all. And
like the percussion is amazing.
Percussion's amazing.
It's so fucking good. It makes so much space, the drums, and it like makes it feel so dense as well.
Mm-hmm. No, totally. And like that, and by the way, just the melodic lines here are not vocal melody, yes, but then you have like the melodic lines of the sitar that come through all throughout the track. The moments where like it's just like empties out for a second and just allows for the space to open up. Like this entire song is just unbelievable. So it also like, and again, we're not counting this for the ranking, but in the context of Peppers, it really, really stands out because it's so stark in comparison to everything before it. Even with like She's Leaving Home, which was sad, but it was still theatery.
Yeah.
But then this song happens and it's so different and it still somehow fits in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know how they pulled it off, but that's an S. Words of Love. I will be real, of all songs on Beatles for Sale, I remembered every single one, and this one I cannot remember a note of. So it must not. I'll put it in D. I don't want to give it the question marks because I've listened to this album quite a bit, but the fact that I can't remember this at all speaks to it not being very good. It certainly means it probably isn't terrible, because if it was bad, I'd probably remember it. Like, I remember Honey Don't. That song does blow. But anyway, so we'll put it in D. Yellow Submarine, I would put in B.
I would also put it in B.
I really have no complaints about this track, and I think that like sonically they did a lot of incredibly ambitious stuff on this track. Like they really took it the extra step, and the chorus is incredibly fun. It's incredibly sing along. Not necessarily like one of their greatest songs, I don't think, but one of their more ambitious.
I also think this feels slightly weird in the album, I think. It doesn't make its placement in this album doesn't make as much sense as like all of the other tracks in the album.
That's absolutely true. Although of course that doesn't count for the tier.
You're right.
But I
was just saying.
No, yeah. No, but I agree with you. And that's true. And it's like the one that sticks out a little bit. I really, really like this song. I really hope people understand that if we're putting something in B, and you'll see when we actually rank them, that might help you understand a little bit more. But like if we're putting it in B, we do think this song is amazing, and I do think this song is amazing. Like it's one of the most famous, iconic, and memorable tracks they ever did,
for sure.
And there's a lot of great things about it. But like, that's
for sure.
I agree with B. Next up, we have Your Blues, which I would put in the A if I'm not gonna put it in the S, and I actually have to think about that.
I would put Your Blues. I would put it in A.
Lonely wanna die. Jeez, I don't know. I'm considering S for this one. I'm gonna be real. This song's really fucking good.
I really love the vocal performance here. It's so awesome.
Yeah,
and also like the screaming guitar.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so fucking cool.
There's lines in this song that Lennon like pulls off with like so insanely convincingly and with so much like rage and passion. Jesus, I would. God, let me look at my A. Look at the A tier. I think I'm gonna put it A. I would put it like way high, but okay. I don't know that I would put it in our S.
Yeah,
I think
I don't think I would put it in S.
This song is really good though. I that gave me pause for a second, but yeah, we'll do A. Next up is Yes It Is. I think this song is good. I'll put it in C. Next up, we have Yesterday, which I think it should be A. Yeah. I think that should definitely be A. This is one of the best early tracks. It's a song that really does hold up. It is legitimately pretty emotional, and I think that it's really only hindered by the amount that everybody's heard it, which is like too much. But it is a very, very great song. It's I think that's good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think we agree on A.
Hello, by the way, Pova.
Hi, Pova. Oh yeah, sorry, I haven't been looking at chat a ton. Okay. Then we have
You Can't
Do That, which is a D, I think. This one is one of the weaker tracks on Hard Day's Night, I think. You Know My Name, Look Up the Number. That's an F. I don't understand why I ever even listened to this fucking song. Like literally somebody whoever is the fucking DJ at the Beatles radio station for XM, that fucking person loves this song so much for some reason. I have no idea why. They literally play it constantly. Like you can't listen to the channel and not hear this fucking song. It's so bad.
You know, maybe it's good. Maybe we just don't know what we're talking about. Okay. Maybe the person in that studio is just on another wavelength.
Yeah, maybe they just understand how good this song really is.
Yeah.
Literally, the song is like the worst joke song ever. Like, it just doesn't fucking end. And they think it's funny to like change the style and just keep singing the same shit. This is the worst song on this list, for sure. Absolutely. Easily. Anyway. We have You Like Me Too Much. I really enjoy this track. I would put this in the B. This is a very, very, very cute song, and I think it's one of the... I would definitely put it in a lower B, but I would put it in the B. Very, very, very cute song. Next, we have You Never Give Me Your Money.
That's an S for me.
Oh, okay.
Because first of all, dancing pianos, of course,
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for that shit. But then also like it trails and like I love like the guitar solo on this.
Great, yeah.
And then like the oh that magic feeling. Nowhere to go like that. That's like so amazing. That's true. That's true. Fucking amazing.
True. It also it does a lot in its runtime, and I think that's really especially clever when you consider it as part of the medley, because it's almost like they're setting up within the song that you're about to get a bunch of like
it's interesting because I always think of like a ton of aspects of like the medley, and like this song sums up of the majority of the ones I think about.
Wow, interesting. You know, I think for me this would be I think we're spaced out a little here because I think this would be a high B for me. Like high B, but I think it would be a B for me, which means we'd have to go with A. I would just say like I have no complaints with this song really, but I could say that about other tracks we put in B, right?
Yeah.
And when I think about some of those, I'd put it probably in that area. What I think what brings this song to the next level is again the medley, and this is why I kind of wish they just put the medley as one thing. I'm glad they didn't. I think it makes more sense that they didn't. But if they did, that would be S. Like every moment, no matter where I ranked them here, they come together into an incredible way. And this song does so much to set up a bunch of little melodies that are going to come back later. And the way that they do is so immensely satisfying. It gives the song new meaning, right? So that's more of an album thing for me, though. So we'll put it in A.
Okay.
We'll put it in A. Then we have You Really Got a Hold on Me, which is a cover. I will put it in the D.
The D.
And then we have You Won't See Me.
I need to refresh memory here.
This song I might give an S. I'm thinking. You won't see me. I'm gonna give this song an S. This song's an S. This song is amazing. This is one of my favorites on River Soul. So I will totally go with an S.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
This song is amazing. With some of the most solid songwriting, catchy melodies, just immediate appeal of that entire record. An amazing pop song. Yeah, this belongs an S to me, I think. Where did it go? Oh, here did it go. Okay. All right, we're about to be done with the tiers, and then we're gonna rank, and then we're done for the stream. It's really funny that we thought this was just gonna be one part of the show.
Are we even gonna be able to do Mario Party?
A little bit, and we'll do more tomorrow. So okay. Then we have Your Mother Should Know. I would go with a B or a C here. I'm kind of thinking.
I think that this is an S.
Really?
I think that my picks for S's off of Magical Mystery Tour are really really weird. Like,
well, you got I Am the Walrus, which I mean,
yeah, and Strawberry Fields.
Yeah.
But like I was just gonna say like Magical Mystery Tour. I like that a lot more, as I like a lot of the songs on it, but I don't think they mesh well together.
They don't.
Like, it feels so weird to listen as like one big thing.
I totally agree with that.
And like it kind of actually ruins my enjoyments of a couple of songs. But this song is just so fucking cool. It has that theatrical feel to me, and I just absolutely love that.
That's really interesting. Yeah, no, this one never stood out to me. I mean, it has a good melody. Like, it's a good song, maybe even a great song. I really like the metal. I keep saying medley and melody differently. Anyway, they're too close. I really like the melody of the song. It has a very strong core melody, but this is a problem I have with some of the tracks on Magical Mystery Tour, that I feel like Paul wrote a great melody and then didn't necessarily make an entirely satisfying song for me. That's what I'd say about this. Like, but I like the track a lot. I'm deciding whether I would go C or B for this, and I think I would go B.
Okay.
So I think we're putting it in A.
This track's interesting. It's like one of those tracks that feel like it's like empty stage spotlight on one person, and they're telling you something.
I do agree with that.
Like I just eat that shit up. So many of these tracks feel like that.
They do have a couple of nice theater type tracks. Now we have You're Going to Lose That Girl. This song is going to get a D. It's quite weak. And then You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. Listen, you've never heard this.
No.
Maybe, probably not. Of all early Beatles songs, I'm thinking here because I would legitimately consider S for this. Because this song... This song is amazing. This song is really, really fucking powerful. And I think it's not the most popular song from the Help singles, although people, you know, it's popular-ish, but compared to like Yesterday and stuff, it isn't as popular. But I don't know, this might be my favorite. I don't think S is justified, but I will put... when we rank, I'm going to put this really high in the A. I really love this song, and I always have. So I'm going to go with an A for this one.
Okay.
I remember one thing that bugged me on my my albums tier list is I remember mentioning songs I loved from Help that I thought were among the best Beatles songs, and I accidentally said You're Gonna Lose That Girl instead of You've Gotta Hide Your Love Away. I meant You've Gotta Hide Your Love Away, but this is like one of the worst songs on the album. It was my bad. They both have you in the beginning. All right, folks.
I don't even want to get into ranking this.
You know what? I'm putting it in S.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't even know if I want to get into ranking this, if I'm going to be honest, because this is going to take for fucking ever.
Yeah, it is going to take forever. There's like so many.
And like, how are we going to get into like dealing with like what you think and what I think?
Yeah, that's true.
So like, they're in their tiers. Are they in order? No. They're in no particular order.
Well, A Day in the Life is number 1.
Okay, well.
So, we have that.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I think is number 1.
Yeah.
But that's totally in the running for it. So yeah.
I'm pretty satisfied with this, actually. If we just leave it as it is, I'm satisfied with it. Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, no. This is totally fine. So this is our
Beatles songs tier list.
Between both of us and chat.
A little bit.
I'll chat a little bit. Chat would break our ties.
All right, so yeah, I just want to reiterate one last time so that no one gets upset about whatever the hell is on here. This is we were very harsh when doing this, like by a typical tier list standards. Like what would normally be a D would be something that is bad, and these are not bad. Yeah. So that's the standards we're running off of here, just because we didn't want to flood up the S tier too much. And you know what? I'm satisfied with this S tier. There's some interesting picks, like Savoy Truffle is an interesting pick here. Glass Onion, Sexy Sadie. I don't know that these would generally be. Even
Revolution
this one might
9.
be. Revolution 9's an A.
Oh, is it A?
Yeah,
okay.
I went with S for it.
Well, that was an interesting pick coming from you.
But I totally do believe that.
Well, not necessarily coming from you, but like, yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. All right, so, well, everything that you just saw, if you're watching this on YouTube, was streamed live to my Twitch channel, Casting404. You can find it in the description. You can catch the Music Breakdown live every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And I'll hope to see you there. Thank you for watching.